I'm literally the worst person in the world. Sometimes you realize you gotta get your shit together. You're here for the Wolfram Physics Project. And my little stream I did with Mr. Oh my god, I just misgendered her! Miss Jen Sharp. Church of Entropy. I streamed with Jen, she was explaining things, and proposing that, like, space and time itself is literally a clock. Thank you, Jen, for correcting me. Because that totally doesn't make sense now that I actually think about it. I'm like, oh, wait a second. This is making more and more sense. Especially if you have dense, I don't know, rotational bodies, all the stars and everything. I think a lattice might explain gravity. I think we're getting close to man.
Yeah, I mean, just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over. And I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Church of Entropy. Very excited to be here with you today on this most auspicious of days, where we will be talking about my new blog post. It's been a while. I was super excited about finally putting something else out on the slop heap. So I changed the background for the show and got everything tip-top. I see Victoria's joined. I guess my audience is no longer 100% male anymore. Haha. BTFO me. Over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions. Thank you so much for being here with us this evening.
Okay, have a great night. Good to see everyone. Hopefully everyone had a good week. Nothing particularly exciting for me. Last week I mentioned you're just dealing with the weather, the power outages, and the flooding. And so this week the weather returned to kind of normal Michigan summer weather in the high 80s. You got over 90 a few days. You're mostly indoors with air conditioning. Thank God. I guess look forward to maybe another few weeks. It'll start to cool down a little bit, but expected normal Michigan summer weather. Maybe we'll talk about the Hurricane Henry or Tropical Storm Henry that hit the East Coast and Long Island, New York, Boston. A similar flood event to Michigan. I think 2 to 4 inches of rain, wind speeds up to 70 miles an hour, and so we'll see the amount of damage that caused. Michigan has pretty poor response to that kind of weather. They saw the amount of power outages is much worse in Michigan than other states. So it's unfortunate. I had to deal with that last week. So this week, I got a lot of research done. Not much streaming. I appeared on Charles Moskowitz Thursday, and he kind of filibustered the conversation. He asked me why young American Jews are turning against Israel, and so I just said kind of the generic, basic ideas. And he insisted on refuting all of the ideas. So he just asked me why people think that. And so I was telling him kind of the basic, what the polling says, what's the logic, and everyone who was wrong. And it was kind of the Hasbara point where he had to go in detail to like the counter Hasbora to everything. And I wasn't trying to necessarily have like an argument or defend the ideas, just kind of analysis of why people were thinking. So it was kind of, I mean, it was a good program, but he kind of filibustered, like that. And I mentioned, the group strategy. He rejected the basic premise that when you're a minority, it intrinsically puts you on the left, and when you're a majority, on the right. So Jews in America as a minority tend to be on the left, and Jews in Israel as a majority end up on the right. And we didn't even get to talk about the Poland Holocaust restitution law, which to me wasn't such a big deal. It's like after 75 years, it's like if you haven't got your Holocaust restitution yet, you're not going to get it. But it's become a pretty big diplomatic issue. So that was in the news this week. But mostly I did. I had my eBay business. So I still have close to 1,040 listings, and things are selling 5-10 items a day. Keep on listing new items, and I have a lot of items to list. So I'm still alphabetizing and going through thousands of books that I have to list, shipping out the books that I already have listed, and listing the books that once I've alphabetized and organized. And but mostly research on consciousness. So I got a lot done. I read a few books today. We're talking some epistemology. I just finished a book on ontology, and another one on metaphysics. I read a few books. I read that flow book that Aiken Drum had mentioned last week. And it wasn't that great, just kind of generic. And it didn't really have too much of the science of expertise. It mentioned a little bit of it, but it was more kind of like this feel-good feeling. There was mentioned like the equanimity of time, space, your heart, mind, body. What does it mean to be in a flow situation? Or is it where a person is kind of turned off cognitive control, isn't in pure throttle, pure flow, so to say, where a person is completely giving themselves to the moment, whether that's producing some sort of expertise or something else. But so I read that book. It wasn't that great, but it covered some of the basic ideas. And I'm almost done. I finished my first textbook on like medical textbooks on the eye. So, just related to consciousness. I thought I'd study the eye and, how the eye works, and the physiology and anatomy. And most of the books on the eye are written for medical students and are more focused on the common ailments and treatments. So even the books that have like the anatomy and physiology are still more geared towards the most common ailments. But I found one that I started with on the most basic, kind of medical textbook that covers the anatomy, the physiology, and genetics and various factors. That I found that pretty interesting. So me and Jennifer were in the chat on Theology Unleashed. Arjun, he hasn't been on for a while.
He doesn't like me. I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I guess Jennifer.
Looks like the other guy likes me. The other guy on the channel, the muscly guy. I want to say Ross, but maybe that's not his name actually.
Josh Wolf.
Yeah, sorry, Josh. Yeah, got that off. Sorry, yes. He seems pretty cool, and I think he'd probably have me on at some point. So that's just
Jennifer banned my new friend Joanna last week.
What?
She's going to watch I was trying to this chess playing woman that I told to come to the stream, and I think you Chapmaned her, but so I'm not sure if so she might not come back. But
are you sure about that? That seems out of character. But I do know there was somebody saying some bitch things in the chat that's about me, and if you say bitch things about me in the chat about me insulting, I might ban you. So don't take the risk. Don't take the chance. And I don't give special treatment to people. I'm a meritocratic person, so I apologize, but I'm not sorry.
Okay, so you probably did ban her, but so we'll see if she comes back.
I don't have a recollection of it, and I can unban her if she agrees to apologize, but I frankly have no time for people who are just going to be like, well, you're rude. Shove it up your ass, get your own periodic table. If you want to see rude, I can bring out rude. I can be more rude than this. Trust me.
I have 0 people banned. Even that you weird spam guy that with those characters, I unbanned all like 8 or 10 of those accounts that I guess people had banned from the other show, and then he came back on my chess stream, and he spammed maybe like 20 or 30 of them. But not, I don't like banning people. I don't have anyone banned, but whatever. That's how Jennifer
So
decides.
on general principle, you'd rather have your chat shit up by bots and illegible in order to stand by the principle of non-censorship. Is that how I'm meant to surmise that?
Well, he's the only one. I mean, that spam account was the only one that did it like that. So I looked through because I've modded people. There are like 20 people that were banned on my account, so I just unbanned all of them. Generally, I think God controls the hearts and minds of people. Whatever causes them to act in a certain way, they may not necessarily act that way again. Everyone has to go to sleep and return their soul to their maker, and whatever the source of conflict, they may not return with the same conflict. And I don't stream that much on my channel to try to reason or think, why would I have a long-term troll, or the ahimsa principle, where I try to read into my own karma if I long-term have someone trying to cause me harm or something like that. But no, I mean, it's my approach to karma that me and Jennifer argued about many times, where I figure that people attacking me is generally a mirror of my own bad karma. So it's just a different approach. I don't have anyone banned on my channel.
I think it's maybe okay, because at the end of the day, you have to be comfortable with your own choices. So if you're comfortable with your choices, I'm happy that you. Basically, I'm happy with that, even if we don't agree on whatever ideology, as if anyone does.
People have the dissonance to be like, if you didn't decide things the way I decided, certainly things are going to work out bad for you. And which isn't necessarily the case. There's different approaches, and to some extent, they sometimes have success in different ways. And so we were, Arjun had the T jump and the neurosurgeon. I have to check out his name. It was kind
that
of
was weird seeing T jump on Theology Unleashed. It's like a really small world.
Well, I mean, he was on there a few times, I think, and he was actually.
I guess I haven't been subbed to Theology Unleashed for that long, or followed T jump for that long. It's just
Arjun. I showed that Arjun and my friend Siddhart from University of Michigan debated T jump on atheism, Hindus versus atheism, Krishna on Modern Day Debate already like 6 months ago, and T jump was on his channel, and Arjun, I think it was debated T jump on Modern Day Debate, or maybe a different opponent, multiple times, and I think T jump has been on his channel multiple times. So exactly how they know each other, and I think it's on Facebook that Ben Watkins is friends with T jump, but it was kind of a crap debate, and so hopefully we'll go over that.
Well, you know why, right? It's because atheism is the assertion of a negative, and it's an indefensible metaphysical position to defend a negative axiom. It can't really be done.
I think it's just because they have bad character. So you could have a good debate with an atheist. You could be wrong or have an indefensible view, but it's just because they both exhibited bad character and bad strategy to make it largely incomprehensible.
Have you any anecdotes of a person taking a negative axiom and winning a debate with it? Because I sure don't.
Well, I didn't say winning a debate, but you have a productive conversation where it's kind of flowable and follows, and they probably didn't give a roadmap. So both of them tried to Socratic method each other and kind of prove that the other person was an idiot or didn't know what they were talking about, and just jumping all over the place. And it wasn't user friendly. I don't think either one of them, was just kind of trying to prove to the other person or to the audience how smart they are, as opposed to some sort of learning lessons. So I would say, like, no, I mean Ben Watkins isn't I think he maybe is an atheist. He has atheistic theology, but
Well,
not
didn't
the-
he pretty much convert to pantheism that one time? He's like, maybe pantheism would be awesome or whatever.
No, I mean he accepted some of the tenets of pantheism and put it into his system, but like no, I'm pretty sure he's he calls himself a non-theist, but I guess that's the same. Atheism just means non-theism.
Or you could
But
say
it was
that
still
you
it
could
was
say
still
that
an
an atheist
intelligible
is
conversation.
like a
Then
secular
T-Jump,
pantheist.
Ben Watkins more exhibited decent character, and we had a good conversation as opposed to T-Jump and the person he debated against. I think both largely exhibited poor character and led to a poor conversation. And I don't think it doesn't have anything to do with the topic. I mean, generally, there's a connection between the belief system a person has and the character that they exhibit. But like, no, you could be wrong and still have a productive conversation that's easy to follow and learning experience for people watching, educational, and it's largely because they didn't quarterback it beforehand. Where if they just discussed, they could have in the beginning came to the main points of contention that they had, and then went through topic one by one, moving on to the next of their points of contention. And so it doesn't matter the topic. If you do any sort of debate and it's well structured and formatted, it's usually a good debate. It doesn't matter, if you're on one side or the other, or think that one side's ridiculous or not. But it just became a tit for tat of one-upmanship that was, largely nonsensical, and to some extent you have to respect the person you're talking to, and unless it's, I guess
Even if they'd insult you a bunch of times? How many times do they have to insult you before you can insult them back? Because you say some stuff, you claim it's not insulting, but people get ultra insulted by it.
Well, so if it's blood sports, and I'm saying really it's a, like a precursor to violence, where it's like, I know your intentions to kill me. You're saying like we're just talking about an issue, but I know deep down that you're the one who's trying to kill me. So like it might get a little bit blood sporty that we're just arguing some philosophical issue, but I want you and the audience to know that I know that you're the one who's trying to kill me. So don't be surprised if it becomes blood sporty, as opposed to so to say, a friendly conversation where we're saying like, no, like I'm friendly with this person, like I could trust them to borrow something and give it back, or to give them some point of personal information, and we just happen to disagree about this issue. And a lot of people are paranoid in general, like I say, like Chess, like Spirit of Bobby Fischer. I just assume everyone's trying to kill me, because that's just the way I look at the world. Like, even Jennifer, God forbid, after 2 years, like I still think she's probably trying to kill me.
Even though I don't believe that death is possible, and
I just saying, like the Spirit of Bobby Fischer, just to look at the world and how you see people, and to say like, yes, I assume all people are going to turn against me eventually.
Is there anything out there worse than death?
Well, you say like, no, I mean, it's like death doesn't.
There's nothing worse than death.
I'm not really scared that you're trying to kill me. That doesn't bother me that you're trying to kill me.
Well, that's sort of presupposing that your paranoid delusions are accurate, which is inaccurate. But I mean, is there such a
because
thing?
I don't fear death. I just assume.
Well, you keep bringing it up, so forgive me for not believing you.
So it doesn't matter. Like, we could still be friends even though you're trying to kill me. Like, I'm not paranoid like that.
Well, to think that I'm trying to kill you is pretty paranoid. And to say it out loud is even more paranoid. It's like, maybe if you are paranoid, but like, you should never say that stuff out loud. You sound like a goddamn kook.
Well, I'm saying it's outlook on human nature. I'm just making the point about debate versus like, if you have like blood sports,
it shouldn't even be said. It's like, maybe if somebody does want to kill me, like people have said it before that they want to like hurt me or kill me. It's like, I just wouldn't repeat it, because it's like, what's the point? It's just going to be a buzzkill.
What I'm saying is part of the point of debate. So if it's like Israelis and Palestinians, or Islam and Hinduism, or even interfaith politics, and it's essentially zero sum, and you're saying like, no, me and my people are going to be moving into power, and you and your people are going to be moving out of power, and yes, I foresee bad things for you. There's going to be a downfall of you and your ways, and if you don't change, it's going to be bad for you. I'm sorry. I'm here to tell you that. I'm not scared to tell you straight to your face, and we can have a conversation and, be friendly and cordial, and we'll follow the rules. But like, no, I will not be surprised if we see each other on the battlefield. In fact, I expect it. So I was saying, like, of course you should. That's a debate. Like, there's a debate because there's conflict. You're talking Hinduism versus Islam, or if you're talking Judaism versus Christianity, saying our people have been killing each other for thousands of years. There are already millions, tens of millions of people dead on the battlefield, and we are part of these opposing schools. So it will not be surprising if me and you end up on opposing sides of the battlefield.
Even though we're both Hindus?
Well, I said we have different, even within Hinduism. We're from opposing schools.
Could you imagine that things got so pure in this lifetime that we would actually have literal holy wars between sects of Hinduism? One can dream. Stupid. Can we feel so nostalgic, please?
Well, I'm saying it's part of debate, even if it's Republican and Democrat, or you talk about racial issues or immigration, and saying like, okay, we have a friendly conversation, but honestly, I don't think you belong in this country. And like, we're talking friendly, and I'm just talking the points of immigration. But in reality,
I honestly think, dude,
when my side wins, your ass is going to be deported. I'm sorry.
People are going to misunderstand you if you talk like this. I think maybe it's worth mentioning you're being hyperbolic now, right? I think this is the source of
I'm mentioning you're debating, if you're debating ideas like atheism versus theism.
This is the sort of rants I think
you're debating politics.
Make clip videos about you where they're like, why did he say that? It's like, well, yeah, there's maybe
it's a factual point of policy when you debate that there's winners.
It's not a factual point that people who are debating have a secret wish to kill each other.
No, it's an understanding of human nature. If you're looking at like President Biden and pulling out of Afghanistan, and what he's doing is say like, I'm sorry to say that we lost, and if we don't get our guys out of there, they're going to end up dead. And so I'm trying to have a professional conversation, take questions from the press, but like fact, people are getting killed, and what we're talking about makes the difference between life and death. It's an important issue, and even to put it on that terms of if it's like Claire, you're talking Islam and Christianity or something like that, the West versus the East, and so we're having a friendly conversation right now. But yeah, there is a reality is that there are opposing armies that represent these ideas, and should these conversations not lead to any fruit, it is very likely that we will see each other on the battlefield, that the armies that we represent will fight each other. And even though we're having a friendly conversation, that my duty will require me to fight on behalf of my side, and your duty will require you to fight on behalf of your side.
And are Brahmins supposed to take part in warcraft? According to
say if you're a Brahmin, so like no,
are Brahmins supposed to take part in warcraft according to tradition?
I had my Muslim friend.
Yes or no? No.
Well, I'm not a Brahmin.
So the fact that you want to keep dragging me into this rant, it's like, why?
Well, you don't have to be dragging. I'm just explaining it. Saying like, if you're a Brahmin, you're not going to be. I'm more a warrior. I would be dragging it. And it's like, no, I had a lot of friends.
Well, you seem Brahmin LARPing to me. You seem to want to tell people how to think, and that's what Brahmin does.
What, Brahmins are the only people allowed to think?
They're the ones who tell people how to think. Hey, Samish, how's it going? I'll send you the link if you want to come on. That's a tenet of tradition, doof. You can't just pick and choose. It's not a buffet.
I mean, it's kind of what I told Adam Green. And I mean, I was going to mention my Muslim friend who I lost contact largely after New York. But I said, like, one day we're going to retake the temple and put up the third temple. And he said, I'll be there to stop you. And say, when I get the call that we're taking the temple and we're going to rebuild the third temple, you believe me, I'm going to be there. And he said, you believe me, I'm going to be there to stop you. But, I haven't got the call and we're still friends. And, on a lot of levels, you're saying I'm a man of honor in principle. And when I get the call, I'm going to be there. And if you're on the opposite side, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do what I'm going to have to do. And I accept that you're also going to have to do what you have to do. And that's Dharma. And so debate is important, that the Dharma of arguing these ideas is parallel to a battlefield, a hypothetical battlefield that might actually occur. I mean, really, it's Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita is saying, okay, right now we're just talking ideas and arguing ideas.
They don't see death as anything other than a release, though. So to die in battle is a good thing. So to be
I see that way
on the battlefield and we'll die, it's like, that's not really the.
Well, I say I would fulfill my dharma, saying like I'm a man of impulse control. Like it's the battlefield
Can you
hasn't
control
formed.
the impulse to keep yakking about the battlefield for Christ's sake? Because it's completely fruitless.
I'm making a
Pointless?
point about debate, and saying debate is a precursor to the battlefield. And so when you have
What about
unfriendly
the
debate,
argument that the debate is what avoids the physical fight? What about that argument?
if you could come to a settlement, they're saying debate is like the negotiation, but if the negotiation breaks down, and it's a good debate, you could assume that that the parties on the opposite side of the debates are going to be parallel to the sides on the opposite side of the battlefield, and saying, yeah, most warriors aren't debaters. So but it's representative of so you would say interfaith or politics, like the breakdown here in America of Republicans and Democrats, and even just saying critical race theory, where I was mentioning Jennifer with the Socratic method being parallel to the power asymmetries, which is really critical theory and at some point critical race theory, that at some point it's zero sum, and if society is, so to say, rigged in favor of whites, and at some point you have to take the battlefield, you have to protest, and you could do peaceful protest, you could look at the power asymmetries, you could say that but it's taking the idea to the recognition of the current power asymmetry of the idea. So even if you're right, so that if you logically, objectively, somehow demonstrate that you're right, but the power asymmetry is still on the favor of wrong, that you're going to have a problem, and the problem might have to lead to the battlefield, because like I was talking with Wonder Crab, where you have people don't have the tendency to relinquish power. So if the wrong people are in power, it's very unlikely they're going to relinquish power to the more just party. They're more likely to fight to hold on to power. And so you could try to play a game of chess, have a debate, demonstrate to the person like you really don't want to have this battle, like saying like this is a serious thing, and God forbid you might end up in a body bag. I'm sorry, you're on the wrong side of this, and then the person might be, well, let's do what you got to do. I'll call your bluff. You're going to be in the body bag, and but that's
To me, the
dharma,
whole thing is just fucking pointless.
because
like,
you're a woman.
Are you trying to throw
You
me
say
off
you
my
can't.
game here?
Well, I was saying because to you it's
Yeah.
just a game. You're a woman. Your dharma isn't to actually stand up for your idea. So say if you're a man and the debate breaks down, even kind of like Biden in the U.S., like I said, like the cowards in the U.S. Congress that ran during the insurrection, and they ran like cowards for their life, and just like in Afghanistan, the puppet government ran like cowards for their life, and it's understandable. Like your average person is going to run like a coward for their life, and
Hey,
but
Wonder Crab, I see you in the chat. I don't know if you want to come on, but Doooovid, do you mind sending him the link? You have his email, right?
yeah. So let me do a chant, but like no.
Oh yeah, we haven't even done that yet.
I say most fights are caused by women. So like Jennifer is just talking tough, but she's not actually tough. So you say she instigate the fight, but she's not actually going to fight it. So it's just like talking tough till the battle. So it's like, no, okay, like you question my honor, we're gonna have to fight to the death, I'm sorry. And so the woman was saying like, no, like I was just talking, but women don't have honor like that. So it's part, I don't know, of memes and the dueling, but that's why you really shouldn't allow women into the institute, and even debate isn't because like presumably a man would under that, so T Jump's kind of like a woman like that, and that's why I say he doesn't appear to be a man of honor in that way. He's just trying to really just prove how smart he is or something like that. Do the Socratic method, beg money, or is he really standing up for a position? Maybe Ben Watkins, he's a married man, he has a kid, he sees dharma like that, where he's an atheist, and he might not want society ran by religion, but he's a man of honor, And when the battle lines are formed, he's going to stand his ground for the way he thinks society should be ran, as opposed to, maybe T-Jumpy was just like, well, I was just yapping whatever to prove how smart I was and to, make some money on the internet. And even like JF, you're saying JF's, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He's a man of honor. He's an atheist. And if it comes to the battle, he's not going to flee. He's going to stand his ground for his idea and fight for his dharma. And although he kind of did flee, but theoretically, I would
The
assume
atheist dharma.
well, because it's a question about how society should be run.
Uh-huh.
So if it's coming that you're an atheist, like French people in general, they're saying we don't want religion in our public sphere, and if the atheists have already won the battleground and religion has been diminished, and you can't publicly proclaim belief in religion in the public sphere, that the atheists are going to stand their battleground for the public square. They're not just going to cede. They're going to fight for their dharma of atheism, and so that extent, like if it was T-Jump or Mark on the Amy Newman versus Claire, he's going to stand his battleground for homosexuality and premarital sex, so to say. Like right now, society, it's completely okay to be homosexual. It's completely okay to be promiscuous. There's absolutely legally nothing wrong. And in the halls of power, there's nothing deemed to be immoral about the activity. So if religious fanatics come into power and they say they're going to ban homosexuality and ban promiscuity, that you might have collection of atheist homosexuals and promiscuous people that are going to man the battlefield to protect homosexuality and promiscuity. And to some extent, that's what we see in Afghanistan, but really you see those people fled. So say, there's no atheist in a foxhole, and is someone really going to risk their life to defend homosexuality and promiscuity? But possibly. But I mean, you could see a tendency like, no, atheist, there is no atheist in a foxhole. And if they see that really the only thing they're fighting for is to defend homosexuality and promiscuity, that they're going to run, they're going to flee, or those. But
yeah, I realize it's completely framed as a complete straw man because they're asking for empirical evidence of God when God is the ground of empirical evidence. It's like you're completely misframing the question. You're making it so that the answer has to be no, God's not real. So is it cheating if you design the parameters of the question so that it engineers the answer to be what you already think it is, which is no? I would say yes.
I mean, Mark Smith here, and the Doooovid's anti-debate in reasoning because he thinks he's always right. He talks about kill or be killed all the time during friendly debates online. It's like, no, I don't think I'm always right. I recognize it's very possible I'm wrong. And what I'm referring to is dharma, where you have a representative of, Adam Green. Maybe I'm wrong about Judaism, but I am on the side of the Jews. And if the battle comes and there's a battle between the Jews and the enemies of the Jews, I will be on the side of the Jews, whether we're right or wrong. And so if you're debating a question like that, it's not a question necessarily of, my philosophy, I can't really know whether I'm right or wrong. Like at most, I could not fear death, and I could be willing to meet my maker because I could be certain that if I die and when my soul leaves my body and I return to my maker, that my maker will judge me just. However,
I don't think it's good content. And this is where how long is this stream going for? 35 minutes. Can we try to keep the battlefield stuff? First of all, I just don't even want to hear it, period. But to not 35 minutes, please. This is an insane, unhinged side rant. Off in the weeds here.
You don't see what I'm saying? That there's dharma and opposition.
It's not about whether you have a point or not.
The
point's been made. We don't need to keep rehashing this whole thing. It's like, why do we have to keep rehashing this? Maybe we should just do the opening chant, just resituate ourselves, just recalibrate the whole thing, get on a good vibe here.
Even the chant is partially of that, because like, okay, I'm going to do the chant. I'm going to calibrate myself like I'm on the side of the Jews, and the chant is representative of that. It's like a marching chant to put me in line with my belief system. But I had a cute song. Singing last week, it was kind of yada da da dum, yada da da dum, bum ba ba bum bum bum, ba da da da. So it was a pretty cute tune last week. So I thought I'd do another one. It's funny, I just had dun, 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 another cute one that I hadn't thought of. So this was I tried to find online. I searched and searched. I couldn't find it. I think I only heard this one 2 or 3 times before. I think it's a Vishnitz tune, but it's probably one of these tunes that's like from the collective Hasidic groups, probably made for one of these mass weddings in Brooklyn. So like Vishnitz bells of the major Hasidic groups, and I thought it was Vishnitz, but I just couldn't find it. And generally Hasidim are selected. So at these events, they have the bleachers, and there's thousands and thousands of kids because generally people have big families, and some of the tunes are kind of designed for the kids, and have kind of a cute bounce to them. And so this one, I thought it was a Vishnitz one, but I couldn't find it. I'm probably singing it slightly off. If there's any Hasidim there, they would you'll probably recognize this tune. It's a pretty Hasidic tune, so you'd have to be like pretty Hasidic, like have been to from the big tishes. I think I heard this at a Mooncotch wedding, maybe like in New Square. You've heard, I think it's Vishnitz. I only heard it a handful of times, but it's kind of cute. It's a basic hero's journey, 3-part tune, where the first part and the third part is basically a higher version of the third part, and it has the second part is kind of like a bridge, and it's designed for kids. That if you were in a Hasidic group and heard this song, there'd probably be like hundreds of kids, and they would be singing this. So I apologize for being off, but I like this one. Let me just sing this one. Yada da 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 dum bum 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 ba ba bum bum bum. I da 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 da. Okay, I just put that in because it hit my head. Now I remember where that tune's from. Is not the one I wanted. Okay, so this I'd actually sang that one before, and sometimes I get these ones mixed up. This one's kind of like a march, and I don't know enough of the keys. So here we go. Hey, dum da 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 dum, bum 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 bum. Hey, dum, ya da 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 dum, dum. Hey, dum bum 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 dum dum. Hey, ya da da dum, bum 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 bum. Hey, ya da 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 dum, bum 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 bum. It's probably a 4-part, the parallel to God's name, a 1 2 3 2, and repeats the I did it. So I apologize. That's the best I had. I didn't think much. I haven't been going to synagogue and
That was
praying.
actually pretty darn upbeat and positive and exciting. I liked it. What did the audience think?
If you were in a Hasidic, that's kind of the one that they sing at a large gathering, and you have like hundreds of kids jumping up and down with the I did it dum, ya da da dum, ahoy, bum 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 bum. And it might be Hungarian. You're probably Eastern European, maybe like Hungarian, Romanian. I remember I heard it at a Mooncotch wedding. I had a Vishnitz friend that we sang that together. So I only heard it like 2 or 3 times. I think I had it right. I couldn't find it anywhere on the internet to review. And I know hundreds of tunes like that. Just when I was more Hasidic and went to gatherings, typically we'd sing wordless songs that all have this 4-part structure, kind of like the Joseph Campbell hero's journey. And the hero's journey is largely 3 parts, where and so when I say the tune has the structure of the hero's journey, you have the signature of the hero. The I did it, I dum da 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 dum, oh yeah, pum 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 pum, and then the trails and the difficulty that the hero faces. So the introduction of the tune of the hero, and then the hero goes through some sort of trial and travail. And so in the Joseph Campbell, I listened this week to his famous PBS 1984 six-part series lecture. So, and I have his four-part book series that I might read through. But then musically, you add dissonance to it, and it would be representative of the hero being taken out of society, going through some sort of trouble, maybe being given some sort of like secret wisdom or power. So the tune like I did it, I did it, I did it, I did it, I'm bum, and then the return of the hero for the high part, and the triumph of the hero with the I did it, I did yum yada da da dum. Ahoy, bum, 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 bum. So almost all Hasidic tunes have that kind of hero's journey structure, but they're modeled as a 1, 2, 3, 2, like the divine holy name. So I could go on probably for years. I know hundreds of tunes like that, and it's a good meditative. But it probably also does have that battlefield element because you're putting yourself in like a march in rhythm together with other people, and the tune, like different armies marching against each other, march to different beats, and so there is some sort of the collective that you create a collective, but sometimes the collective that you create is going to go up against another collective that is in opposition to you. And I didn't mean to get too much with like the violence, but I thought it was important to note that debate, to some extent, is actually a precursor to violence because there's opposing schools, and the people are demonstrating the ideas, they're in opposition to each other, and a lot of times the issues could be resolved and you don't have to go to the battlefield. But in theory, if the issues can't be resolved and they escalate, the most likely place that they'll end up is on the battlefield. And so if T Jump and the doctor had done a better debate, like I told Jennifer when she was on Modern Day, you have to quarterback it beforehand. And when I was on JF, he was actually quite good at that, where I told him the main issues of contention that we wanted to talk about, and then we did it issue by issue, and we said our piece, and then we moved on, and the audience could decide. And so their debate was nothing like that, and it was kind of just like, you know nothing about logic, you don't know the ABCs of logic, you don't know what you're talking about. So it was just kind of like a back and forth again and again with that, and trying to demonstrate that they don't know what they're talking about, where it switched to like logic, epistemology, ontology, science, and constantly both sides. He was like, you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about, as opposed to a well-ordered, reasoned debate where the person said, like, obviously there's materialism and there's spiritualism, and these are classical schools, and there's a lot of reasons, and to make it logical that we're going to cover some of the main reasons. And T Jump's going to give some of the best arguments for materialism or atheism, and the opposing side is going to give some of the best arguments for the opposite side, and then they're going to do it systematically and say their piece, and then move on. And so it was kind of a crap debate like that. And when I said Jennifer's debates were kind of crap debates like that, that's why I taught her flowing, and why I told her that if you have a good debate, you should be able to quarterback it beforehand. When she was on Modern Day Debate, that first time where they said they were talking about like their babies or whatever, and they weren't discussing how the debate should be organized and structured. And T Jump or whatever you say, he showed up late and just went straight into it. So saying those are low quality debates, as opposed to good debate where you would at least sit a few minutes and discuss the main points that you wanted to be covered, and maybe even agree towards some sort of like general structure, that these are the three main points of contention we plan on arguing, and so that we could easily flow and we'll stick to topic. So, with that, have a great week, everybody, and I'll hand it over to Jennifer for her week in review.
Damn, 35 minutes. There's a lot of lead up to that chant, wasn't there? This is some unprecedented edge play from Doooovid.
I'm going to take my mic out and make a coffee, but I'm listening to what you say. And no, I think it was because you were argumentative about my point about debate being a precursor to war. So, like, if you weren't argumentative, I would have just made my point that debate is a precursor to war and moved on. But it was because you were argumentative about it that it took so long. But I'll mute. I'm going to get a coffee and I'm listening.
Well, the people in the chat are like, and it's like, it's not hard. Just don't fucking piss me off, Lambie. You know what you did when the turd brigade came in, Lambie. You know what happened. You joined the turds in the bowl, in the toilet bowl, for the party of throwing shit on the floor of my house. Remember that? And I never had a problem with you before, and then you were willing to help me stomp out this horrible whatever that was, and then I gave you the mod and I didn't take it away. But then you went to dumb land, and you couldn't stand for principle when there was a bunch of certain brigade of easily recognizable trolls led by a certain person who has a position so weak he has to add a special effects to his voice to make it sound like he's in some sort of, I don't even know, like a cave or something. Yeah, there you go. So I haven't actually got to my week in review at all. It's been fun though. I'm learning how to say nothing and still say stuff. So in my head, it's like, I'm not saying anything. But then people are like, all right, I'm going to tune into this. And I'm like, okay. So I just got to scale back the info dump. And instead of looking at things as a ticking time bomb for when someone's just going to be like bored, try to just dump as much info in at the same time and just realize that people never want to hear any information stated whatsoever, and just go with that. That seems to be. Oh no. Just hang on a second here. All right.
I'm looking up Wondercrab. I'm going to send him the link.
Oh, goody. Goody. Okay. Well, let's have a look at the blog. I just really, I don't want to say I felt like laying a gigantic egg, but it did. Writing this article felt like laying a huge egg, and it was just like, when is it going to be done? I need to write this article right now. And I was, and so, it's very hard to get into metaphysical topics, and I know because I've tried. Yeah. So to be able to just sort of get it all out in a probably relatively short amount of time was really great. And now I probably don't have to write much more on this topic at all, because I even I managed to. I have to credit my husband with this one because he definitely inspired the troll face guy there. So I don't know if this is visible, but people can check it out if they're interested. You were told you might be featured defending your honor. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, but yeah, normally we just let anyone on. So the new people, Victoria and you seem. Let me see the other one. Raz. Yeah. I could give you the link to come on, but yeah, basically I joined the T-Jump server and I had to take a bit of a break because I had to have a cooldown period, because it's like, I just don't mind if people have like whatever crazy rules they want to have, but there's an ongoing thing of me being held to this different standard, which I again don't mind as long as certain.
Yeah, I saw Claire took on the whole T-Jump chat. there. I couldn't find yours. It's like, so when you go to T Jump's channel, you go to channels. He has T Jump's Discord recording. So I guess there was the Ask a Pantheist.
It wasn't
you did
particularly
2 weeks ago.
aggressive. It wasn't particularly aggressive, save for Buddy that did the sub 5-minute rage quit that I did a clip video of.
So I guess he's actually live right now, and it looks like Claire is on. Is Jay Dyer? So it looks like Jay Dyer is in T Jumps, and maybe just someone has the Jay Dyers. It's probably not actually Jay Dyer. Someone just calls himself Jay Dyer, but
we should come up with a principle for that, where it's like it's a LARP until proven otherwise. Like the burden of proof for a LARP, like it doesn't matter if it's the same, face, even voice. Oh, here comes Krabby. He's an expert on videos that convey absolutely no information, so we're very happy to have him. Thanks for joining us. How's it going, dear? Wait, I'm just gonna balance it out.
Very well. Very well, all is well. How about yourselves?
Oh, yeah, very good. I guess I saw that. I don't know if you came back after that time a few weeks ago and you did your reply about passive resistance, and I guess you did. You actually affirmed kind of what I said about the truth that I said that righteous people look forward to our death, or even certain theological correctness of looking at things in a certain way, and even the debate being a precursor to war, which to me is almost like just factual. It's obvious, like that. Like if you've read the classic works, it's just described in that way. And but if you set it in modern day society, they're going to try to put you in a straitjacket.
Yeah, I would agree. First off, it's like we are sold the idea that talk things, use your words, right, is pushed a lot when you're young. And so instinctually I would want to say, well, words, it's probably true that words are actually exactly what you're saying, like a direct precursor to violence always. Like pretty much every violent incident begins with harsh words, like geopolitically and just on an individual.
Are you sure it doesn't start with actions? Because I'm pretty sure it all starts with actions. This idea of it starting with words is quite...
No, it starts with
mind-boggling.
Well, words.
The Kabbalistic system, it starts with thought.
Actions.
It's thought to speech.
Words are not really actions necessarily. Words can have a correspondence with actions, but alone they're just like flapping, and they're just really sounds, really.
Well, what's the delineation?
The delineation is an action has a fucking empirical evidence that backs up the fact that it happened,
so
whereas
speech
may or may not. You want to try to redefine things. Why? Because Mephielsism, no, it doesn't work. That's the opposite of what you want. You don't want Mephielsism. You want... unless you want to become weak, don't do Mephielsism.
The Bible and the Vedas say the same thing. The eye see, the heart desires, the mind plots, the lips speak, and the limbs carry out. That the limbs in action is the last step. So you're saying what the eye see, if the eye sees someone else's action, but the first thing is the sense perception that perceives something, and then the emotive response that causes the heart to desire. And then once the heart desires, if it's so to say anger, that my eyes see other people's action and my heart is arose to anger and hatred against them, so my mind starts thinking negatively against them, till my lips start speaking about the bad things that I plan on doing to them, till my limbs actually carrying it out. Or if it's God forbid, in any of these forms of vice, my eyes see a beautiful woman and my heart is aroused to lust, and then my mind starts thinking about illicit sexual relations, to plotting, fantasizing, to my lips speaking in order to achieve that, till eventually the limbs would carry that out. And so it always takes that process of the sense perceptions, perceiving, the emotions.
How many fights have you been in, Doovid?
In my adult life, very few, almost none.
Any?
In my youth, yeah, I was in tens, probably hundreds of fights. As a teenager, a young man, I got in fights quite often.
And those were started with words, not like someone. Because to me, I'm thinking like going down the hallway and someone like pushes you in the shoulder type thing. Kind of gets up in your sort of space, right? Where they're like, "Yeah, I see you, man." That's not a word. That's something else. So someone had said in the chat, non-verbal. Yeah.
The biblicists say it in a very clear and clever way, the same way that the Vedas lay it out. The eye see, the heart desires, the mind plots, the lips plan, and the limbs carry out. So that's why I'm saying debate is a precursor that my eyes have already seen, and my heart has already desired, and my mind has already been made up. To now we're talking to the precursor to action. But like memes we use on we discussed. How he's worked as a bouncer in a bar or something, where first you see another group of people and like, oh, you're not from around here, and they're doing things in a way that you don't think you think is bad karma. Like, that's not how you do things. That's not how you act, and you see it and it starts to bother you, and then so that turns into emotion, which could be anger, hatred, to where the mind starts telling you, I'm bothered by those people over there. And to where you actually start speaking with the people you're sitting with, like, did you notice those people over there? Aren't they, isn't that kind of strange? To where you actually start speaking to the people that you're in opposition to the point of actually the limbs carrying out in conflict. But it always starts with the sense perception, sensing, emotional filter that causes a person to have some sort of take on the side of the issue, to the mind plotting, to the lips communicating, to the limbs carrying out. Very rarely does a fight happen with no words. That saying it's possible that saying you're just going to see somebody doing something wrong and go straight into violence. But usually there's words that are exchanged first. Almost always, I would say, probably in the high 90% of times, words are exchanged first. And if you're talking the metaphysics that you can't necessarily, the heart Brahma consciousness needs to be solved to fully demonstrate it. But first, the sense, there has to be some sort of sense perception. Then it have some sort of emotional filter, and then there would be some sort of mental planning to the eventuality of words that are said before the action has taken place. And so from the Kabbalist, it just is in this process that the limbs don't have power to act on their own. And if it doesn't go through this process of sense perception, to heart desiring, to the mind plotting, to the voice articulating, to action, so that's a hypothesis of the Kabbalist, that all processes take that form. So if Jennifer is proposing some sort of alternative where a person could just go straight to action without perception, desire, perception, emotion, mental planning, articulation, it seems unlikely.
You kind of lost me at the end.
You're claiming that
what you're saying,
that you could go straight to action. So if you take the sexual lust,
okay,
you see someone that the eyes have to perceive an object of sexual desire for the heart to begin to desire. A lot
of presuppositions there, dude.
Then the mind has to plot that tells yourself like, yes, I am the one who has experienced the sexual desire of this person, to the lips articulating that God forbid, even a rapist, it's unlikely that they're going to commit a rape without saying any words. But they're probably first going to try to articulate.
One time, like a bunch of times, like some jock guys just really wanted to kick my ass. And they couldn't do it.
You're saying that there's not. Are you denying?
And I was a little aroused by the whole thing. I was like, oh, hot.
Are you denying the process of the biblical and Vedic scholars that the eye see, the heart desires, the mind plots, the lips articulate, and the limbs carry out.
Maybe
And
if
you're
you're
saying
not
that
enlightened,
it doesn't happen in that process, and there's somehow it could be straight to the limbs carrying out.
just feel like there's a communication breakdown on this front. So I'm just going to say, I don't know.
But I mean, I do know, like, all the text, including the Veda, Kabbalistic, biblical, psychological text, delineate this process of the eye seeing, the heart desires, the mind plots, the lips articulate, and the limbs carry out. And it works in that order. It doesn't go, there's no out of order where the eyes see, the limbs carry out, then the heart desires. Like it works in that order. The eyes see, the heart desires, the mind plots, the lips articulate, and the limbs carry out. It always works in that order.
Obviously, I think we would all agree words have enormous power, but I think I would go further. I agree with the leftist that says words are violence. I think words can absolutely be violence, and maybe not physical action or action, however you want to define it, but they definitely have real world effects. And changing words can have profound effects downstream from those words. The way we conceptualize things and the terms we give those things is very important, big.
Well, I'm saying that words are not actions. Words are a precursor to action. You say, okay, there's a connection in the process that the words are the last step before action. But no, I mean, words are not actions. And even in terms of another
effects.
person,
maybe they're not actions.
That even if you had
words, actions, what else is there than words and actions? Do we have anything other than those two things? Dirty looks?
Well, the Kabbalists basically divide that into thought, speech, and action. And it's called the garments of the soul. And according to the Kabbalists, you only have 3 garments of the soul, and those are exclusively thought, speech, and action. That in terms of like the chessboard, even that the chess pieces are parallel to thought, speech, and action, but those are the faculties that man is in control of. You can look at the mental functions, that as a person, Crab, Church, Doooovid, we all have the same 3 faculties, and that's it: thought, speech, and action. And everything that comes from any of these entities could be broken down to one of these faculties of thought, speech, and action. And we can't know each other's thoughts. We could only know what's spoken, and we could observe understanding of a process. But to say we can't observe each other's thoughts, we could hear each other's words.
Well, speak for yourself, but I wanted to answer whether praying was violent. It's all down to intentions, so sure.
We're saying thought. If a person is thinking,
it can be, but it's not.
If a person's thinking murder, steal,
violent.
rape,
no, sorry, go ahead.
That's not violence. I'm saying if you had a mind reading machine and you read a person's mind, and the person's said like it's coming up murder, rape, steal. I'm sorry, like we had our mind reading machine on this person. It's coming up murder, rape, steal.
Question for Lambie.
But if you collect their words, the person's never mentioned anything about that, nor have we seen in their action anything similar to that. But when we did our mind reading machine on them, it was quite clear that what they were thinking was murder, rape, steal. So it's saying that there's obviously a difference. And even if a person spoke about it, the person's always talking about
cool
violence.
Yeah, cool. I want to say something to Lambie. How is speaking not an action? Lambie, hey bud, you got any empirical evidence that speaking is an action? Because I'd like to see it. Because it doesn't seem like there is any, because there would appear to need to be empirical evidence that speaking was an action. And when people flap their lips, I really don't see anything empirically changing. So speaking is almost like the absence of an action. One might even go that far. So I'm not convinced. Convince me here. I'm open to being convinced. And Victoria makes another great point. At what point does it become foolish to ignore rather self-evident things? Answer: quite a while ago. But that's all good. Wonder Crab says everyone in chat should come on. That might get disorganized, don't you think?
I think, I think that's the idea. I think we should have everybody get it all out on the table. We should get everyone's emotions cleared up, and we can then move forward with the
That
actual
might take
discussions.
more. That might take more time than we have available in the next 24 hours.
How much time, and can you really put a value on these people's lives and their emotional states?
According to people like T-Jump, that's all everyone's doing at all times. It's just a question of how accurate their model is, bruh. My model's objective.
I've been thinking about how to tackle the T-Jump problem, the T-Jump question.
You mean the lack of a problem? No, sorry, just go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just joking around.
He's prolific. He's a very popular and articulate mind. He's on his toes often enough. But I mean, looking at some of his debates, it's like I think there are places which maybe we could go, which he may have not thought about before. I don't know if I'm the man to do it, but some warrior class.
I put in the chat I guess Michael Egden and even like Jennifer and Claire are just really caught up with trying, honestly, I'm not against T-Jump. He's an internet character. I didn't put too much thought into him. I saw he debated against my friend Siddharth, and that's really the first time I watched him. And it's ironic that
Doooovid, he's the glare of atheism. Think of him like that.
Well, I think
that's how I see him.
I think JF, or I don't know if Destiny's an atheist. He's the modern day debate, kind of like house atheist. I don't know if he's the biggest atheist. I think JF is probably a more prominent atheist. You'd say, but maybe it's just because he's got light features that Jennifer and Claire are so, or Michael Egden were so interested in changing his mind, because there's a lot of atheists out there and saying like, who cares? Like, were you so interested in like convincing an atheist that he's wrong? And like in reality statistically, there's not that many atheists. Only like 2-3% of the population is atheist, and maybe like 8% agnostic if you check the Pew survey. So T-Jump's a semi.
Science is nominally secular.
I saw in the philosophy book about T-Jump has said something, but I just finished reading this book on the history of philosophy, and it said about 60% of modern day philosophers are atheist. So if you just want to grow your platform, but like, no, why do you care to change T-Jump's mind? And even if you think it's within your power, and is it just
I'm not trying to change T-Jump's mind at all, Doooovid.
Or even to be affiliated with him, because saying that's you, it's you that keep on requesting to speak to him, not him who requests to speak with you.
You're talking to me, Doooovid? Because the last time I talked to him, it was him that came and talked to me. Or rather, no, I guess I was there. I'm the one who. It was it's all me coming to him because I'm on his.
You're the one who self-promoted yourself to debate him on Modern Day Debate. You're the one who joined his Discord.
Are you jealous, Doooovid? Obviously,
well, you joined his.
I'm not.
Discord,
I don't want to do a weekly with.
You didn't join. You didn't join him. You didn't join. You're not in my Discord. You're in his Discord.
I just feel like I suck at fucking social media. So every time I'm gonna join a new social media, it's like, oh great, yet another opportunity to get banned. And I just, I'm tired.
I have 0 people banned in my Discord.
I'll join your Discord then. But
I'm not asking you to join my Discord, but I was saying that of like a basic psychological reading, like you're the one who seems to have some sort of attraction towards T-Jump.
It's a debate society. I'm like a debate nerd. I thought that was like already well established. That I love talking about debates. Just wrote like a huge article on metaphysics, just so that we could have more debates.
You keep on going after T-Jump, or something like it's a big.
It's not T-Jump himself; it's what he represents. He's got a huge social media.
Isn't that big? I'm saying like he's probably got a smaller.
Nobody's going to T-Jump for cutting edge physics, right? So what do I care?
Well, many people have large social media followings, but what T-Jump has that's special is credibility. And even if he's losing a debate, well, you can laugh at that all you like, but in the real world, he does. And if he were to go talk to,
No, he doesn't.
I
I'm saying
mean,
he's a nobody. He doesn't even use his real name. He's got no position. He's just some computer geek that has social media. Like he's not like he doesn't have a professorship at university. He doesn't have an institute where he's in charge of. He's just a guy sitting on his computer talking, begging money. I mean, what are you talking about?
that's fine, but
Doovid
I mean,
does it
He
from
doesn't
a
even
place
use
of
it. He doesn't.
love. I
He
know
doesn't
from
even use his real
experience,
name.
he does it from a place of love, and you know what? I think actually T-Jump's been improved a bit by Doovid's harsh
I'm not
commentary.
bad. I'm not bad. I mean, I'm not hating
Because
on
he
him.
was he was playing chess on his stream, and I was thinking,
look-
oh my god, he's like simping for you in a way.
Well, I'm
I don't
just
know if he
looking
normally
like
plays chess on
I'm
his
saying, like,
show, but I was like, oh
he's not
cool,
Richard Dawkins or something. He's not even a professor.
duh.
He doesn't have any position of power in society at all. He's he's outside of society. He's a
Don, what
person
the
that just has reverted to social media, and
yeah,
he has
in
I mean,
many ways,
he has a bigger social media following than I do. Saying that he's the house debater for modern day debate. He gets 100 live viewers, many more viewers than me.
Juicy.
He has more viewers on his channel, but saying like, no, he has no power. He begs money. He has no position at any institute. His resume is unclear whether he actually has anything at all impressive on his resume. He just has an internet persona and a platform. I mean, JF, presumably, he actually has a PhD. He's actually published 10 scientific articles, and he was Worski's co-host. That at some point, I mean that he was the co-host with the single biggest internet debate platform on the web with Worski, and so maybe Modern Debate's one of the bigger platforms. Like no, I mean, this thing, T-Jump is a little bigger in the game than Doovid, but probably not even that much bigger than Doovid.
Well, still though, this is a great example. I mean, look at someone like Gary Eppy, who has actual like an educational background. He wrote a pretty incredible book that's just been disregarded. Why? Because of credibility. And I'm not saying that T-Jump is right or that he's smarter. I'm not saying anything like that. What I'm saying is what he has is he wields the establishment narrative like a sword, and he very, very effectively, or maybe a suit of armor is a better metaphor, but he very effectively moves through the space with an air of credibility. And when he speaks, people in the audience, and maybe it's hard to tell from a interlocutor perspective, it's hard to tell when you're watching as like a fellow debate person, but people in the audience who are just sort of passing by, maybe these people don't mean anything. Maybe in the real world, you really do have to use your real name. But I see a lot of people that have incredible influence that don't use their real name, that have no PhD necessarily. I think Destiny's a great example. Destiny's he has probably influenced very large things downstream.
He's much bigger. I mean, these things are quantifiable. So if you look at like Destiny and Vaush are exponentially bigger than T-Jump. I mean, T-Jump talks about issues that are more interesting to me and Jennifer. He talks about consciousness, but saying Vaush and Destiny participate in IRL debates with known people. Destiny and Vaush were both regular people on Worski in its biggest time. Vaush just a few weeks ago had an IRL debate with Tim Pool against Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is one of the biggest right-wing names in all of America, and opens up for President Trump. And there Vaush was going up against the man who is one of President Trump, like one bigger right-wing people. Destiny openly used his fame to help defeat the Republicans in I think Alabama or Georgia. That when it came down to the senatorial races, that Destiny traveled and campaigned for Democrats in Georgia and had effect in politics. So I mean, T Jump is at a much smaller, and there's metrics, in terms of number of followers. Like T Jump only has a few thousand followers. Destiny and Vouch both have tens of thousands of followers. T Jump has maybe hundreds of thousands of collective views. Destiny and Vouch have probably tens of millions of collective views. If you said in our area of interest that Destiny and Vouch don't really talk about consciousness, and so relative to people who talk about consciousness, he might be one of the bigger people. And if you look at like Ben Watkins is in a PhD program.
Wait, who's one of the bigger people talking about consciousness? T-Jump?
On the web, he's one of the bigger people talking about
Are you talking about T-Jump? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's how few people are talking about
They
consciousness.
said going into the T-Jump server, I was like, okay, that's all that happened.
That's how few people are talking about consciousness. That T-Jump, and like I'll put it in the link. I'll put the link in the chat right now. I put it a few weeks ago. Here's the Science of Consciousness conference, one of the biggest conferences in the whole world. Roger Penrose just got a Nobel Prize, and that has 2,100 views, the most viewed one, and a few of them have 700 views. So I said, like, yeah, T-Jump gets more views than Claire's just messaging me. She just had an exchange with Jay Dyer, so I guess it was the real Jay Dyer. So I mean, Jay Dyer also is a much bigger name than T-Jump. T-Jump's a pretty smart guy. He's a pretty good debater, and so it's like he might move up. He probably has bad character, and why exactly someone like Destiny and Vouch rose to become so much popular. It could be circumstance, it could be providence, it could be divine or something that God rose. It's not necessarily talent that God just chooses to raise certain people up to power and others not. But I mean, there's clear metrics that you could use to measure that. But I mean, just to mention that T-Jump is almost comparable to Hammerov and Penrose. In fact, T-Jump probably gets more views than Hammerov.
Are you kidding me?
But there's also the comparison. Hammerov is actually an anesthesiologist.
Hammerov has been in the field for 40 years.
Yeah, Hammerov is actually the head of a department of consciousness studies at a university. T-Jump's resume is unclear. Like, I assume T-Jump probably has a college degree, but maybe not. I don't know his resume. Doooovid, at least, like, I have a bachelor's degree. I took some master's courses. I went to relatively some pretty good schools, like University of Michigan's a pretty good school. Like, I studied in Jerusalem, and like, to say, okay, I'm credible to some extent, but my resume is limited. I wouldn't be surprised if my resume is even superior to T-Jump's, but it doesn't mean T-Jump's not a smart guy. It doesn't mean he doesn't sit and read. It doesn't mean he doesn't think about these things, and it shows that he's got a bigger social media imprint than me or Jennifer, and but I wouldn't blow it up any bigger than it is.
Well, I mean, you seem to be measuring credibility in things like social media following, but clearly JF has a larger social media following than T-Jump.
Things are quantifiable. Money's a good thing too. I was saying, okay, like he begs money. He can't be doing that well if he's constantly begging money. But I mean, these are quantifiable factors: the amount of subs, the amount of views, like the resume, what kind of school the people went to, the awards they've been giving, the past jobs that they've had. And someone like Hammerov or Penrose, people that have been heads of the departments at major universities, or like Nobel Prize, you speaking at conferences and even public debates. They said, like, Vouch, being live with Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk, that saying that No More News, Adam Green and Vincent James trolled Charlie Kirk in the audience in California. Vouch was actually on stage with Charlie Kirk, and was saying to some extent maybe Adam Green and Vincent James's dissidents are about equal to Vaush or Destiny, because they're dissidents. They weren't on stage with Charlie Kirk. They were trolling him from the audience. But these are all relatively measurable things.
Well, I'm sure you could find people with, much more money and much more social media following that have a lot less credibility. It seems to me that there's another factor here.
I'll throw the other name, Michael Sisko, who's been on Week in Review a few times. Why is that name slipping me? The head of the Groyper, the Catholic Groyper guy that keeps on getting banned.
Fuentes.
Yeah, Nicholas Fuentes. I mean, he's probably even got a bigger imprint. I mean, he's probably just as big as Destiny or Vaush. And, so Michael Sisko's like second tier to him. He's running for office. Ralph Retort shared his, speech at a public anti-vax, type thing. So even, Jennifer with Week in Review, she's got one of Nicholas Fuentes' inside, Groyper guys, has came on Week in Review a few times, but it's measurable. Church of Entropy now with 1,000 subs.
Talking about Michael Sisko? Is it Groyper?
Michael Sisko gave a speech at a big protest rally of vaccine mandates, and he's running for Congress somewhere. So if he won,
that makes him a Groyper.
I think he's friends with Nicholas Fuentes and part of the Groyper movement. But I'm saying, Fuentes is a dissident. He's been kicked off platforms. He was one of the people trolling Charlie Kirk, as opposed to Vaush, who was was on the inside with Charlie Kirk. But their imprint is about the same. So someone from the inside or the outside could have about the same impact. So if Charlie Kirk goes around, or Ben Shapiro or something like that, in many ways, like maybe Vincent James or Richard Spencer is comparable to Ben Shapiro, but he's a dissident. And Ben Shapiro's on the inside. He's Harvard Law School alumni. When he goes to college campuses, he speaks from the inside, and the police are protecting him, as opposed to be a dissident protesting from the outside. But the metrics could still relatively give you a reasonable estimate of the impact a person has. I mean, these things, that's just the point. I'm saying, Wonder Crab, there's metrics. You have a YouTube page, you have so many following, you get so many views. You're on, Week in Review with Doooovid and Jennifer, a bigger channel. Maybe you make other things, memes of destruction. Now he's up to close to 1,000 subs already. He's, appearing on other streams with people. But the imprint that you make, the influence that you wield is somewhat objective. That's the point I'm making.
The influence, sure, but the credibility, maybe credibility is the wrong word here, and maybe
even
it's
credibility is somewhat
intentionally triggering.
Objective, because we're talking like college degrees, money in bank accounts, awards, being in charge of institutes. That credibility is somewhat objective.
You could have all those things and still be incredible. You could have money and influence and a following, and there's many who do, and still be completely not taken seriously by at least the establishment. And maybe we, like, within our circles, we could take them seriously.
The bigger people are, the less influential they tend to be, because people don't want to listen to stuff that's thought-provoking. They just want to hear their own opinions repeated back to them. So there's usually a correspondence between how little you say and how big you are. Just why I'm doing this new style of thing where I try to do live streams where I say as little as possible instead of my usual cramming of as much as possible, which is apparently just gonna lead to yet another,
So you've decoded the Crabcast.
Have I? Can you decode something that is uncoded like that? Is a non-code a code?
It was like Donald Trump.
I like the TJUP server because I can have a conversation with people that are actually going to listen to what I'm saying. I feel like that wouldn't be very likely to happen in your server, that I would actually get to talk to people that would be totally interested in what I'm saying, given there's a 35-minute, Battlefield posting thing, and I'm sure there was a point to that, but I'm not interested if I'm going to give a discourse to be, having to listen to that. It's not in the standard format. I will lose interest, basically. I can be patient, but yeah, I I ultimately want to minimize the confrontation, even in debates. Shouldn't be any bad feelings after a debate. Should feel like invigorated, like a capoeira with the power of infinity. Here he is! Great timing, memes. Thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, what's going on? I heard my name mentioned. You have to be careful. I'm like Beetlejuice. Don't say it too many times.
It's so funny because I was like just thinking about just the sheer lunacy of what's going on with everything. I don't know if you saw my last blog post, but it's like cryptically referring to Thad, and it's like, please don't.
I've been going to your blog, and
please don't try to get revealed knowledge, Thad, without a guide.
I just think, all I know is I expect great things out of Berkeley because essentially, and I am saying this is not a quote, I'm pretty sure the father of vortex computation or whatever is still a professor of mathematics there. I was literally looking up a wrong name that Wolfram had said. I was looking up for something else for turbulence, and I went to Wikipedia article, and I was looking at a book on turbulence, and I'm like, oh, this gentleman just happens to teach at Berkeley. I find that fascinating. The universe is a freaking beautiful place.
I know. So clever.
I'm getting the creepies, Jen. I mean, it's like even just before I get on here, it's like, thank you for correcting me, because what I had proposed before just was so freaking confusing, and it made no sense.
So you can see why I'm so harsh now, because if people understand it wrong, they won't get the beauty of it.
Oh, it's freaking amazing. It's like the stars are literally the batteries of the universe.
I realize that my diagram is like...
I'm just sitting there, I'm like... Because before, when I actually think about it, I'm like, this is a cool idea. How the heck could this even come about?
I check University of California TV basically every day. They don't post necessarily every day, and they have different UOC schools. So Berkeley's just one of them. I just checked.
I give it the end of the academic year, so probably by the end of it, there's a lot to work on.
They just posted something yesterday from UCSF Berkeley on sickle cell trial using CRISPR, but they post from all the schools, and I mean certainly that's one of the greatest research institutes, definitely in mathematics and physics. I saw Lex Friedman. I watched the most recent episode, I think yesterday, and Joshka Bach and Friedman claimed that Wolfram was, like one of the main guys in the field, and I forget the exact word that he pushed, for what he was, the form of mathematics that he was advancing. Right. And then Joshua Bach mentioned that, like, no, there's actually like 10 people that are putting forward similar type things. So like Lex Friedman might be in a bubble where he just thinks it's the guy he's talking to that's the only one producing type things, but someone more in the field, kind of like like thinking like like that Hamarov is the only one working on microtubules. He might be the biggest name working on microtubules, but really there's tens of people around the world at various universities working in microtubules. And if you're really researching in the field, you're probably familiar with all of the researchers. So Wolfram's probably just the biggest name in the field, but there's other people doing similar things that have a much smaller imprint, and we're talking about the quantifiable measurement of whatever sort of effect or credibility people have. And so, I mean, Wolfram has a much bigger imprint, but you say like, no, there's really this other researcher at this other institute that understands this stuff far better than Wolfram, but your average person would have no clue because this other person's just has a blog somewhere that a few articles that are much superior as opposed to Wolfram, who has hundreds of $1 million, $1 billion business. I don't know, $1 billion, but at least
Memes,
tens.
did you ever hear my proof that the universe is 14 energetic dimensions?
I don't believe so.
No. Doovid, do you remember it?
Yeah, I think so. In fact, I was just mentioning to Jennifer before we started. I played this last week. I shared this last week, but I finally started watching it. This is the 5th International Conference on Holography and String Theory that was just a few weeks ago from experts all over the world. And most of these are very small names. So I've been watching now 5 lectures. I've not heard any of these people. And, it's very likely that, I could watch all like 40 lectures and I will have not heard of a single one of these people because none of them have won any big prizes. None of them have any big social media. But
it's from a channel with 13 subscribers. Like I've been watching like some of the was it the Institute for Advanced Study, and then what's the other one, like the Center for Advanced Research or something. I think a lot of it's out of India and stuff. And I still need to finish watching Kip Thorne's thing. They're going
I care about these issues, so I search the topic. So on a weekly basis, I'll just search YouTube for various topics, and so I'll come up with these things. And a lot of times the stuff I'm sharing, like I share the Royal Institute, and Royal Institute gets a few thousand views. Stephen Wolfram, he doesn't get that many. A lot of his stuff only gets hundreds of views. But like no, in the field of like string theory and holography, you're lucky to break 100 views. Like, and so a person could be from one of the top 100 experts in the world on holography, and they're unlikely to break 20 views. And even consciousness, as Penrose himself doesn't get more than 2,000 views. Hamerov, most of his videos don't get more than a few hundred views.
Unless you have a larger name, and especially if you happen to have an established channel, maybe like the Royal Institution and the topic, yeah.
Well, even if it was at the Royal Institute, maybe like Sabina Hassenfeld or something, maybe gets tens of thousands of views, in physics. But like, no, it's just a type intellectual topic that doesn't interest the majority of people. If it used to be Stephen Hawking's, now it's probably like Neil deGrasse Tyson. That might be the biggest name in explaining physics to common people. He even had a PBS show, and he's promoted on the television and news that if something's relevant to physics, that they're going to ask someone to be on major network TV. It's probably going to be Neil deGrasse Tyson. But even his videos would only get tens of thousands of views if he was just putting out videos on YouTube. And even if like Neil deGrasse Tyson's last view on CNN or something probably only also gets tens of thousands of views because it's beyond the intellectual capacity or care of the average person. It's a more niche type topic that your average person just doesn't have any interest in, and you can't even arouse interest in people of these topics. And possibly it's beyond the understanding level. The prerequisites to understand these things are just too intense that your average person doesn't want to spend years studying mathematics and physics to have the prerequisite knowledge to understand these things. And so it could be, even on a factual, intellectual basis, how many people could really understand holography. And there might only be tens of thousands of people in the whole world that have the prerequisite knowledge to understand holography and string theory. And then there might be another few 100,000 people that, even though they don't have the prerequisite knowledge to understand it, still find it interesting and search that stuff out and follow content on it.
Right. I think a lot of folks just really also want to be entertained and stuff. And I have a hypothesis that,
like if T jumps like that,
your
average person is not going to be like people like Leo Filius or something like. Let's say he doesn't have the prerequisite knowledge. To really
listening to Edwin for
those
2
guys
hours.
Are minority. People like you and Leo Phillips are minorities
super string
that actually
theory,
that are entertained by this type of stuff. Your average person never heard of Stephen Wolfram.
Right.
You could not. They couldn't be. There's nothing you could do to make them interested in it. And even if you yourself, you don't have such a background in math and physics that find yourself entertained by it, you have to ask yourself why that is. And there's not that many people like you that would even think to find this stuff entertaining.
It soothes me because I've been into the area of like politics and stuff for far too long. Felt my soul draining just because I'm like, I keep on hearing so many of the same things. Some of the names change, some of the faces change, but I hear the same thing, just change out some of the different names, and I'm like, oh, let me just get away from this stuff. I'm like, what? Exploring like the zeta function? I'm like, what is this? Tell me
Yeah, so I just
more
wanted to
about
say,
gamma.
like, the universe is 14 dimensions, right? Energetic dimensions. I'm pretty sure I've told you this before, so please remember quickly order of a proton to order of the largest interstellar distance. That's 42 linear orders. You following?
Go
Hey,
on.
you following? What did I just say?
I remember that. Somebody else I told that to said you were wrong.
And what did they say? Why I was wrong?
I don't know. They just said you were wrong.
Oh,
I just
really?
say, oh,
So
okay.
they said I was wrong, no explanation given, and just leaves? Is that how perplexing?
This is people. People say things.
So did that need to be said? That somebody thought I was wrong, or is that one of those things where it's like it's been said so many times that it's almost like, you know, water is wet that somebody thinks I'm wrong?
I mean, it's
Well,
relevant.
people-
It's like if Doovid said something about Judaism, you're like, oh, that's interesting. I told my friend what Doovid said about Judaism, and the reaction is like, he's wrong. So it's indicative of the field that like memes mentioned your idea to somebody, and the only feedback he's got is like, she's wrong. And and so I mean,
I see what you mean. I apologize for being rude.
I was mentioning Trump like that,
Your
where
friend
was
was
saying
more
that
rude.
there is metrics, and from like the money is karma, that there are studies, there are surveys, there is big data analytics that have reasonable estimations for the number of people interested in various topics, and so you could break it down, and so either you're going to go for the academic circles or the popular circles, and if like Eric Weinstein's one of the biggest names in popular mathematics, he knows the root of like the actual like internal fields, and hardly anybody besides people within those fields watch that. Like if it's academic mathematics, nobody but people within academic mathematics watch academic mathematics. It might be a handful of people like Doovid that is somewhat academic but didn't make the cut, or didn't have the time to move into a PhD level mathematics, but still watches some of this stuff. But it's a very small circle, and even the
We don't need to
circle.
keep saying how hard it is and how obscure it is, because the more obscure, the more influence. Duh.
Well, I say no. I mean the metric
Canonical
is.
conjugation between fame
I'm
and
saying these
influence.
metrics are known.
How is this not self-evident yet? It's like Destiny's not influential. He just happens to say stuff
He
that
is.
most people already agree with.
Destiny is influential. Destiny probably
How?
is one of the top 10 people. I would estimate that Destiny is probably one of the top 10 people that were influential in the Democrats taking the governor, the Georgia Senate seat to a Democrat. You're like Stacey Abrams, in terms of like swaying tens of thousands of votes. That Destiny had a big enough following. He went to Georgia for a few months. That he was influential enough that he's one of the top guys that helped swing the vote from Republican to Democrat in Georgia.
Wow, I stand corrected then. Thanks for informing me of that.
But he's
Well,
politics. But he's dealing more with straightforward politics, and that's what like T Jump is more talking about issues that we care about: physics, science, theology, philosophy, consciousness. Destiny never covers those issues. He's talking more about straight cultural political issues that it's like counter to like Fox News or mainstream news programming. But like how you're going to vote, your average American, just like elections, Democrat, Republican policy, people don't relatively care that much about it, but still 10-20% of the American public cares and follows politics. Jews in general at much higher numbers follow politics, like well over 90% of Jews vote in elections, are more likely to follow that. But like across all of America, like 10% of the population follows these elections and these names, and then you have a big enough name like Vincent James, Destiny, Vouch, they're going to step forward, and not just like entertainers. So like if P Diddy or Lady Gaga, when election time comes and tells people how important it is to vote for the Democrat, they're not really politicians. They just use their celebrity to try to convince people to vote one way or the other, as opposed to people like Destiny or Vouch, who are basically always talking about these things. But I'm saying the metrics are well known. And I don't know if you took a class in business school. You said you took some business, right, Mames?
Yep.
I mean, you research this stuff. So if you're doing market analysis, you research this stuff, and your sales sector, that you have like, I have a great idea. I'm going to sell Wolfram Alpha software, and think everybody could use it. Everybody will want it. It's like, no, you could narrow your base to say, no, I mean, there's only a base of like a few
Math,
100,000 people in
science,
the whole U.S.
engineering.
that are applicable, that would even consider buying it.
The biggest
And if
stream
you-
we could get about Wolfram is if we tried to like over dramatize the fact that the thread that you shared about Thad's work got deleted off his image board or whatever it is he hosts.
Well, the thing is,
And that
Well,
would
so
be
if you
like
made a
6
business plan-
people. That would probably be 6 people. Like our Wolfram after show, I think it got 130 views. Although admittedly, it was not on task. You're sketchtacular. You were one step above a complete crackhead just saying memes, but I know you can do it, and I know you're on the path to getting better. It is fucking hard to follow you sometimes.
was if you made a business plan, just making the point that you would research these analytics, and it would be in your business plan like a target audience. And to some extent, these numbers exist, especially in the era of big data, where it's not that difficult to get estimates of numbers of reach and expertise, or people who follow certain type media. So
Well,
I'll
I
take
mean,
a break. If you guys want to talk a little bit, I
Oh, no.
ordered. You got Beyond Juice near you guys? It's like a chain opened up in the
we
last
had
few
them up
years.
there in the malls.
Yeah, so
Apparently
I
they're
got
good.
their acai. I only a few months ago, I tried one of it for the first time. COVID-19, and just looking for where to eat, and it was kind of expensive. I was like, what the hell? You pay like $12 for an acai bowl, but I got kind of addicted to them. Now I get it like once a week. I go to Beyond Juice, and I get these like acai bowls. So,
is it organic?
I don't even know if it's organic. I mean it's like they have a base of like acai berry and coconut water, and maybe they mix a few other things into like a little honey, and then they put like blueberries, granola, banana, coconut chips, and you could have a few other things in it. But it's this base of coconut water with ground up acai berry, like acai powder, and then a few other fruit or granola in it. So it's kind of a interesting. I've actually liked those. I bought one of them earlier today. So I'll let you guys carry on while I pound down my acai bowl.
Well, that's the thing. And even when I went to school and everything, it's like social media was basically just starting to emerge. It's like one of my friends, my junior year, she's like, "Oh, I spent a lot of time on Facebook." I'm like, "What's that?" And then all of a sudden, it's like probably 2007 somewhere, and that's like, you sign up, and it's like, all right, what is this being used for? Well, I think that really depended on the particular user and the particular iteration, the time, the alternatives, what communities you're functioning with. And the very interesting thing is, I even noticed in the chat a little bit earlier, it's like it's my opinion that we're in a very awkward state of when IRL and the internet are literally starting to merge. We're seeing the crossovers here at different places.
You talking about entanglement again?
I didn't say that, but I mean that might make sense.
Well,
that might explain a
it's
lot.
retarded. It's the effects of retarded entanglement, isn't it?
We prefer additional needs entanglement. We need additional parameters and variables.
The thing is that retarded, like, it means, held back in its original speed of unfolding. So, I mean, literally, not like it's sitting there like you know.
Well. See, I think, this is the thing. I think a lot of lefties kind of have identified, but the way it ends up kind of getting said in ways can be cringy at times, depending on who it is. But at least when I grew up,
Well, what's a
back in the
better word
90s,
then? We can't say developmentally challenged because it's like, who's the challenger?
suboptimal. That's what I usually go with. That just kind of look yummy.
Suboptimal. Well, then that implies
Yeah.
that faster is better, and then you're like a speed supremacist, and then it's no better than a
No,
brain
I'm talking about
supremacist, right?
optimization, not maximum necessarily velocity.
So
It's like we
some
could just do
dumb
better.
fuck said that 14 dimensions wasn't the cardinality of the universe, and did you believe them?
That's not what they said. They were disagreeing with the proton thing. I'm still trying to work it on Wolfram Alpha. I don't
There's
doubt you.
nothing
It's
to
just
work out on Wolfram Alpha, man. It's the ratio between the proton diameter and the largest interstellar distance. How many orders of magnitude? Answer, 42. You have to take a proton times 10, proton size times 10, 42 times to get the largest observable distance in the universe. This is not anything other than a definition. There's no way to disagree with the definition as such. Like, yes, you get it, Crab.
it's I mean, at least what I'm looking to right now, it looks like.
What are you looking up, dude? You saying I
was raising the radius of a wait, no, was it radius or oh god, I should
okay,
probably go back.
look up the size of a proton. Then look up the largest
it's
interstellar distance.
1.53 atometers. I raised it.
Then figure out the ratio between them, and then realize, oh, it's 42 orders of linear magnitude.
I was doing it
for the love of all things sacred. It is not that complicated. Like, math couldn't be easier than this.
Math is hard.
So, how are we doing? So 42 is only the first bit. So are we okay with 42 now, or do we need to spend a few more minutes
Continue. I'm
going
trying
circle?
to wrap my mind around it.
So is it possible for a single dimension to exist independently? Memes?
Independently? No.
Is there such a thing as dimensional independence?
I mean, not in the simplest universe.
So how many dimensions arise simultaneously?
Well, you get 3, and then you'll have temporally emerging the.
You should just say 3 plus 1.
Okay.
And how many spatial?
Well, you get 3.
Right. So there's no such thing as one spatial dimension arising on its own. It's always a triplet or trinity or whatever you want to call it. So 42 has to be divided by 3, which gives you. I hear a lot of noise. I don't know who it is.
14.
Yeah, I apologize.
Do you understand where it comes from now then, memes? 14 energetic dimensions. So that you've got 14 orders of volumetric magnitude. You can see the universe at these different scales. And those are all the scales it can resolve, which equals 14. Hello?
I mean that seems very easy.
It's supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be hard. So you got to let go of the belief that it's got to be hard. It's like there is a part of it that's hard, but this isn't it. The part of it that's hard is knowing like where to put, your energies and applying knowledge and stuff. Yes, Deboria's threesome. Whatever helps you remember, go with that. I'm pretty flexible on the whole thing.
I mean,
anyway, this diagram, I was thinking, like, check it out. I just want to say one last thing with this diagram. Like, it means that, so because the thing in the background is like the entire universe scaled into one image, and then we have the quantum periodic table in the foreground, which is on the same order of a single proton. So it's on the order of the smallest thing in the universe, and then the universe there. So it's like they've been brought to the same scale, which means the universe has been scaled down by 7 and quantum periodic table has been scaled up by 7. And then there's 7 rows in the quantum periodic table. And I'm just like, whoa. It's like a trinity of 7s again. I know. This is why you can't.
You reduce the universe by 7 orders of magnitude, and you increase the quantum periodic table by 7 orders of magnitude.
Which brings it into the thing is that because it spans 14, the only way to have them in the same order of magnitude is to have it crumpled down 14 dimensions, right? So 7 on either side. because it's logarithmic. I think that works out. And then it's just awesome. It's like a periodic table has 7.
Why am I just waiting for like a burst of magnetism to say that the universe has been fertilized?
I am the forever egg. The uncracked universe. Yeah, I just thought of that. So thanks for being here.
I think it's going to be a very interesting year. This is all I'm saying.
Doesn't the little thing look like a Star Trek thing, but also Reboot? Remember Reboot? Did anyone ever see that show?
Wait.
It looks like the thing where they push in and say Reboot.
Oh, you're talking about Johnny Five?
I'm talking about Bob and Dot and Enzo, and it's like one of the earliest.
The show that cost like $250,000 per episode. I mean, that was a great show. It's too expensive to keep it. I'm like, this show is freaking amazing. How can they make this? They spent a ridiculous amount of money doing it because at the time I'm like, this is freaking amazing graphics and everything, and then they spent too much money.
Just look at the comment in the chat from Victoria. Like, this is the way in which women are less dumb than men. Like, only men could work themselves up into such a lather as to think I could possibly be wrong. Like, I remember showing my one girlfriend the QMPT, and she's like, oh my God, Jen, like, how can that be wrong? I'm not really doing her justice because it sounded way better coming from her.
No, the problem is I tend to actually agree with you on many things. So I'm just like, I don't just want to go along just because it might be part of my Bayesian, like, I'm just like, oh, she's saying things that part of me hasn't been able to say before, and I'm like, all right, this is too creepy. Okay? Let me add some dampening effect.
Sorry, just had to say that. I reject the idea of Bayesian priors on principle. You know, almost nothing is statistical in that sense. Come on. Like, only Heisenberg uncertainty is a statistical thing. Like, most stuff is like pretty much what you call determinists. Even the statistical stuff is determinist because, like, if you have a statistical distribution of eigenstates, aren't you just going to always pretty much go into the one with the highest probability of formation?
I mean, you tend to.
That's what it's saying. It's like even the probability stuff is going to eventually coalesce to determinism.
But I mean, that sounds like a lot of the hypergraphs and stuff that like Wolfram is doing. It's like no matter what happens, we tend to just end up in the same places anyway.
Well, there's a limit to the number of orthogonal observables per canonical order. Just remember it like that. That's it's like conservation of maybe ether or some sort of etheric property. I really like that word.
The limit on the thing, because as it's moving, if it's going to be a finite amount, then it's.
Well, there's always a finite amount of ether that could be created at any given moment in the universe, which is kind of cool. So it should be expanding forever, but then it could like also potentially also collapse forever. But infinite things, I guess, don't really have to. That's another thing I really like about the T-Jump servers, getting to have these like super obscure debates. And it's so funny. The last one that was, I got to just almost not be in at all, but just pepper it with the occasional slasher. There's this guy who couldn't get out of hard solipsism. We've never really had that conversation, have we? On this show, a solipsism conversation. Because it's basically, we've talked about nihilism a lot, and solipsism is sort of like nihilism, but not quite, but similar. It's like, I guess you could call it brain in a jar, or that's like usually how it's construed.
Oh, you're trying to literally make the absolute. Sorry, go on.
I like how you put it in the title, in the thumbnail, that God is a solipsist. I think that was very funny.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Was that this?
T-Jump was making one interesting point that I didn't agree with at all, and he was pretty adamant on that ideas are all images. We quoted some studies, and this neurosurgeon Egden didn't seem to agree at all. I mean, one thing, if you think,
did they define what an image was, or was it just like it's an image and then that was it?
Well, I mean, it wasn't really a good debate, so they didn't have definitions of terms. It was more kind of like T-Jump saying, like, telling the guy, you just don't understand, you don't know what you're talking about, and the other guy is spitting back the same thing. It's as opposed to meaningful communication, definition of terms. But it was more about how the brain processes ideas, and T-Jump was claiming that all ideas are processed in the brain through images, which, I mean, the brain...
It's an incoherent assertion, because it's like, what's the definition of an image again? Oh, right, you didn't state one. So it's incoherent.
Well, the brain has it's not incoherent, it's saying they just didn't define their terms. And if it's more a control, the Socratic method, that you're saying is more about power. And you know, some like Krabby, you're saying that thinks that T-Jump has authority, but you're saying like,
I don't think Krabby thinks that. He's a Ken Wheeler follower.
But you did think T-Jump had some sort of like credibility. But
my take is a little bit nuanced, but I hear what you're saying.
You're saying to control the situation is like, I'll be asking the questions, and I'll be controlling the conversation, not you. I'm the authority, not you. In which kind of dumb. And what's the point of a conversation and debate if the sides aren't relatively evenly matched? But it was about how the brain. I mean, the debate was supposed to be on materialism, and so T-Jump was just defending that thought and consciousness arises from the brain. There's no reason to assume that it comes from any other point. Michael Egdon didn't make the most obvious point that I made against Ben Watkins, and the conglomerates of evidence of the sages of all of the previous generations thought that consciousness came from the soul or a dualistic realm. And even if you're talking about the physical evidence, but just that the greatest minds of almost all the previous generations thought that thought arose from a different place, and he didn't make that argument. But then, explaining how ideas, what are ideas? So T-Jump said, in line with a certain element of the evidence, and for those who don't know much about neurology of the brain, about 40% of the brain is dedicated to visual processing. And if you did like a just like a basic anatomy dissection of the brain, it's quite obvious that the brain.
So this image is made out of light. Yet ironically, he doesn't agree with me that the mind is a photonic quantum computer.
Well, he's saying that all thought is images, and that he said that ideas don't exist, only images exist. And that's not how I'd see it. I'd say that...
what's an image made out of, if not light? If it starts as light, you got to argue for it transforming into something else. And guess what? There's nothing for it to transform into, because light is the sort of basis of these transformations of mass in the first place. Matter is very simple.
But he said on his, one of these tests where I forget it was an animal, where they showed a picture of like a pink giraffe or something like that, and then they actually had the brain image, and they showed the image of the like the pink gorilla from the brain projection. But it was an interesting idea. I don't think that's correct at all. And if you think like computer processing, like computers don't process ideas in image, they process things in binary information, your zeros and ones.
But you can image a disk, can't you? So there's some sort of perhaps representation, but I would agree that images are things computer stores.
And I mean,
computer's not itself an image.
The conversation was almost not ridiculous. There's argued like the 1,000-sided object, and like, can you picture it?
Well, it's Dunning-Kruger, which is mildly entertaining to watch. The depths of Dunning-Kruger. That's what I would call that. He says, I sound like a Deepak Chopra quote generator. It's like, I never heard Deepak say anything this good. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Well, it's like minor when you get to the violence point. The single most popular thing that people enjoy watching is violence. So you could only, like, it's unlikely that they're gonna they had a thing like chess boxing for a while and never took off.
Oh, I think people like personal drama spats. Like, people were saying they were liking Claire and I arguing on the Discord, which she stalked me into, obviously. But then I figured out how to mute her, and I was happy again.
The metrics exist. The single most popular thing that people watch is violence.
Well, people like a dumpster fire.
I'm saying, no, I mean, well, I'm saying, okay, maybe like, like.
There's no
Hey-
violence in these. The closest these debates ever came to violence was when Ralph retort guy, videotape guy, trans girl, whatever, getting
Well, I think
arrested.
that the more conflict, the ultimate, I mean, the statistics like, WWE or MMA boxing matches, hundreds of millions of people watch, even clips on TV of like a World Star or something, that viral clips, that the most viral of any clips are violence. And if you take like daytime soap operas or drama, things like that, might get tens of millions of views, but not like major fighting. That's the single most popular thing. So if you're trying to make a debate more spicy, you add a little bit of conflict into it, makes it a little bit more interesting. But you can't really add violence to a debate. Just like, okay, we're going to debate, and then we're going to like take the minute out and bash each other's heads a few more, to get more viewers up, and then we'll go back to the debate. But the T-jump every single point of the argument, like 30 seconds of every 2 minutes, was kind of just this, like, you don't know what you're talking about. And this guy Michael Egden, I think he basically lost because he tried to T-jump, as opposed to taking like some sort of moral rhetorical high ground. He tried to.
Yeah, you said that, but I really didn't see it that way. I saw it as T-jump losing to a Christian because the Christian was willing to go deeper into metaphysics. So I don't think, we saw that. But I saw your comments there. Cool.
Can I just say
there were a few interesting things that they covered, and like the idea of infinity is that does a person in their mind have a concept of infinity, or T-jump saying just an image, and you imagine the biggest thing, and then just adding a little bit more to it, or a picture of images stuck together, but that concepts don't exist, only images exist. And that was T-jump's understanding of materialism in the brain, and that the brain works exclusively with images. And so, like, I mean, as a dualist, I don't think it's that way. And even from a materialist, that a lot of brain, if you looked at the mind as a computer, that computers don't really work with images. They create images from zeros and ones. And if the brain's a computer,
but then it's like, what's an image? And you can image a disk, right? So it's a bit of a metaphysical quandary in there lurking. Right.
It's funny because I see it the exact opposite, that it's actually language. Your brain only works in language, and the images all follow.
Well, then it's like, what's language, right? You need axioms with regards to what it is a language is and does. Like a purely constructional
evidence is that 40% of the brain is dedicated to visual processing, and it's probably the most interconnected. So any of the areas, if you said like, what, like Platonic forms, like the chair, and what is a chair? And if it's like a concept, a chair is for sitting. A chair has 3 or 4 legs and a base to sit on, as opposed to some sort of image that's formable. So so I guess T-jump is saying that the forms, so to say, in the brain are images, but as a materialist, presumably they're signals that are photons, and the photons are converted into electrical impulses that would presumably be like a computer, that would be zeros and ones going through a logic gate. So I don't know exactly how he was forming that, but it was, to me, that was the most interesting part of their debate.
I mean, typically humans are multi-level interfaces.
Go ahead, Krabby.
Before we move on too far from the topic, this idea of people enjoying violence, I was actually thinking about this morning because I was watching a clip of a killer whale. They like flip their tail up, and then they smack the seal, and they can smack the seal like 80 feet into the air and just launch this thing. And apparently the killer whale, or the orca whale, which is actually a dolphin, they do this for fun. They're not doing it for food. They're doing it for either entertainment or whatever we get out of it. But I think that the common factor between all these human bred in the circus, that entail violence or conflict or drama is the growth. What people like to watch is development and growth and exploration. And the fastest way to grow in like a short amount of time is to have conflict and to be confronted with your immediate circumstances. I don't know how we could tie that into chimps and orcas like torturing things for fun. I think chimps also do this, but it seems like apex predators, humans, or at least apex creatures, I think we're technically scavengers. We enjoy this like violent catharsis for some reason, and maybe it serves an evolutionary purpose of like just growing as fast as possible. It's like why kids play, why kids fight each other, so that they can have faster reflexes for when it counts.
I think that's sort of summarized as iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, but that's probably possible. Also, but saying violence is the most immediate, logical conclusion to dispute resolution. That like the Socratic method, and you're saying there's a correct way of looking at it, and there's the way that the other person's looking at it, and there's some sort of block that prevents the person from seeing it the way that you see it, and you have to take a person through some sort of intellectual method where you're going to change the way that they see it through walking them through a series of steps or dissecting what's wrong in their mind that's causing them to not be able to see it correctly. But the most immediate form of dispute resolution is always violence, because there's two sides of the dispute, and the easiest way to vanquish the other side is to get rid of the other side. And like if it was like I talked with Lipton Matthews in terms of violence as a group strategy or violence in general, for long-term thinking versus short-term thinking. But if you're thinking that in any term of a dispute, and you're looking at the most best way of short-term resolution of a dispute, it's usually going to be violence. It's only over a long term, we're saying violence wasn't really the best way to resolve that dispute, but within a short time frame window, violence is almost always the best way to resolve a dispute.
How do you look at malice within these creatures that I mentioned? How do you look at like this torture that it seems they're not eating them, they're not necessarily taking anything other than like direct pleasure? Why does this happen?
I mean, it's unclear. I mean, like the hard problem of consciousness in cats or something. I mean, even Lex Friedman was talking about that in terms like if you're an atheist and like Lex Friedman wants to look at Hitler as uniquely evil or something like that, as opposed to just group conflict and the logical use of violence to resolve group conflict or disputes. And so this guy Bach that was talking about Wolfram also mentioned cats torturing mice before they eat, but I don't think it's torturing is probably not the right word. That they're torture. I'm not sure if it's unclear. I've mentioned this before that the rabbinic commentator Nachmanides says that revenge is a spiritual pleasure, and torture, like the enjoyment and causing pain in another, from that understanding, is a uniquely human element, and it's a uniquely spiritual element in the human that enjoys the pain in another person. And from that level, that the animal doesn't actually enjoy the pain in another person. So we're saying like a cat toying with its prey, it could serve some sort of cognitive function. It could serve some sort of editory function for related to eventually eating it or guardian strengthening. I mean, if you want, I could look that up right now.
I actually have a theory about the cat. I mean, these other apex predator cats, because cats aren't, I guess they are in some ecosystems apex, but Like the cat, I think my theory about cats, because I've watched my cat do this. She's an outside cat. She catches a lot of mice, and what they do is they torture the mouse until it dies, and then as soon as it dies, they eat the head first. They eat the brain, and what I think is going on is it's literally adrenochrome. If you are familiar with this like conspiracy theory drug that certain elites are taking, it is the idea, and you can get adrenaline and things from sheep and take them. Not that it would
So they're
be
like, you
recreational.
want to get high?
Well, if you see a cat
That's
doing this,
basically
just watch 10 minutes afterwards what
Well, they
happens
like
to
the
the cat.
catnip, right? They like the catnip, so I guess it wouldn't come as any great shock.
That's the way I see it, because my cat, her eyes dilate and she becomes, like at night, cats get that thing too. They start zooming around. She was doing that. And so I think it's that with cats. But these other creatures, they don't even eat the seal. They don't even, it's not like it's for training. It's not like they're teaching their kids how to hunt. They're just like a lone orca will come and just fuck up a seal just mess up a seal for no reason. Seemingly just, and they'll torture them too. They'll bring fish to the surface and like repeatedly slap them for hours. And that kind of malice I don't really understand from an evolutionary perspective.
Yeah, I just
You don't
borrowed-
understand boredom?
Well, no, it would seem to me from an evolutionary perspective that all DNA-based life would have an interest at some level, a very basic interest at protecting all other DNA-based life. And the closer you become to your
So the
own
whole
genome,
torturing, long-term brain-eating thing kind of puts a minor kink in that thesis.
I would think so, but maybe there's a factor that I haven't thought about, which is why I raised the question. Maybe there is
Well, perhaps
an
the
evolutionary
cannibalism
reason.
is just a social construct and it doesn't mean what we think it means. And actually, the animal's quite happy to give itself up for a sacrifice to get the cat high because it's all just, they can't disprove hard solipsism with vis-a-vis God.
Well, I can't argue with that.
Yeah, I'm looking. There's some studies and say that it's not necessarily accurate that cats torture, and said the bigger the prey, the longer they do it, and it could just be as a protective mechanism to making sure that it's dead or weakened. That it's just a really slow process of killing it, and the reason they go through the slow process of killing it is because cats are scared and want to make sure it's dead from a distance. So if they just went in, so say for the kill, the bite, there could be resistance. So that's why they, kind of like slowly beat it to death with its paws or knock it around, is kind of a way to keep it distant from itself and to
Minimize
But,
the probability that it gets one off on you and injures you to the point where you die because, there's no animal hospital. You're just probably dead.
well, I meant the rabbinic commentator that says that revenge is a spiritual, the enjoyment of the suffering your enemy is a uniquely human characteristic, and it doesn't derive from the material realm. It derives from the spiritual realm. And if you look into that, in the rabbinic commentator mentions that the phenomenon doesn't exist in the animal kingdom, and it's just a hypothesis. But if you're taking, the element of humans vanquishing the enemy is more of a spiritual pleasure. If it's territorial, so the looking at saying violence as dispute resolution, and if you're just looking long-term versus short-term strategy, violence is probably the single best short-term strategy, as where long-term strategy could be a poorer because of the repercussions, or saying, okay, if two people have a dispute and you resolve the dispute by killing the person, God forbid you're in a dispute with, that long-term, that the person doesn't exist anymore. So it may not have been such a good decision, even though that killing your opponent, God forbid, is temporarily the best way to resolve the dispute. That it's in totality that you win the dispute by simply killing your opponent. so in short term zero sum, that's probably the best way to resolve the dispute. Even like a form of violence would be, secondary to
Oh, how many times do I
versus.
have to hear this terrible word?
Well, I was saying it's not terrible. It's saying it's if you don't look in the mirror and see
The
that.
more you say stuff, the more suggestive it is, the more probability it increases,
No, I'm saying
Keep
that's
talking about it's just like mental illness.
the
The more
heart
you
of
think
it's the
about
heart of
depression, the more
religion.
depressed you get.
No, it's not. I'm saying it's the heart of religion and ritual is saying that we are a human animal, and that is what the human animal tells us what to do. That the reason you have to do the ritual and have to submit is because the recognition is this is what the body tells the person to do. If you don't look in the mirror and see a killer, you don't see accurately. And saying I have impulse control, and I don't do what my body tells me to do. I do what higher functioning that the soul.
And who's telling you to keep talking about killing people all the time?
Well, because it's a fact of dispute resolution.
It's not the sole fact. In fact, it's almost nothing. So it's like,
it
why
is the sole fact. You're saying that in any situation, even for even for crime. I mean, you worked in a lab in crime that you're from like FBI investigative, police investigative. The assumption is anybody could kill at any time for any reason, and so if you're working with crime, you could look at motive, and you just accept from law enforcement status anybody could kill at any time for any reason, and not for no reason, but for that that a motive could be whatever caused a person to be motive. It could be anybody at any time for any reason that gave them a motive, and saying, well, why did they kill? Because they had a reason to, and that's what people do.
Sure.
And so it's not, it shouldn't be scary. It's saying like, I'm not scared that the cops are going to call. I mean, there might be people like you who want to put me in a straitjacket, but it's saying like, no, that's how like law enforcement, that's how what you learn of forensic science. And it's a base assumption about human nature. And so, okay, like, God forbid the wife cheated on the husband, so the husband killed his wife. And so you could still charge the husband with murder, but it's saying you're not surprised that the husband killed his wife because his wife cheated on him, because it's a natural reaction. And if you see the video, someone called someone a bad name and then he hit him, it's not surprising. You say, oh, I have impulse control and I wouldn't act on the baser nature of the human animal. But to say that is the baser nature of the human animal, to me is factual, and saying like, no, I will keep on saying that because it's just a fact. It's a fact of the animal nature that all of us possess. And if you don't see that, you're the one who is in fantasy world. If you don't look in the mirror,
I don't see the point of bringing it up and then beating a dead horse over and over and over and over with the same points.
Because at any circumstance, you always have to look at you're saying if you're doing security, you say all people at any time could do something stupid, and saying that, not like like you don't, like, people don't get killed that often. Even in Detroit, that has one of the higher rates of people getting killed of anywhere in the world, still only about 400 people a year get killed. So it's not all that common that people get killed, but like that dispute.
I think what I'm hearing is you could see what the potential for escalation, a series of events that have the potential to escalate very quickly. No, I used to kind of help out as a door guy, so I
mean, it's the science. I mean, agreeing with the science, any person could kill at any time for any reason. Is that a basis of law enforcement? Searching for motive and solving crime. That anybody could kill at any time for any reason.
Yeah, we're also the most armed country in the world, at least in the United States.
It's supposed to be week in review, not when are we going to start killing people in review. It's like, holy shit.
We're not trying to start. I mean, it's just the fact that you're scared. You're talking about it. You're saying the problem.
Irritated to have the dead horse beaten, and constantly is like, what are you trying to say to me here exactly?
I'm just talking.
What do we have to do to get you to stop saying this shit?
In human nature.
Well, it seems like you're bringing a dispute by bringing up this battlefield stuff. It's like, we get it. What's your point? Like, I'm sorry, I don't see the point.
Because we're always everywhere on a battlefield. Let's say like that on a battlefield where people are designed to kill each other, and that's what people do. versus Detroit, one of the more
You're
dangerous
always
cities
at a
in the
house party. Do you have to keep saying that you're at a house party, or can you just take it for granted at some point? Yeah, we're like in a permanent house party and just never have to say it again. Like, at what point can we
I
just
don't
take it
think
for
Jen
granted
wants to
and
keep
just
talking
move
about
on?
it. I think to
That's
do
all
with
I'm
this
saying.
is an
It's just like,
important thing
what?
to stress because
This is not
I
actually
think
any knowledge. This is just coming back to the same talking points about violence, like violence. Like,
because I mean, say that the
joking
cat,
violence to talk
that
that
there
way.
is no difference between the human and the cat.
I like cats.
The cat mind that tortures the mouse, the cat is not cognitively different than the human. The reason the humans don't act like that is not because it's not the human is substantially different, that we have higher, it's more long-term planning and higher
we have the
functioning.
confines of society, and also I think what you're trying to hit on is, while this may be the case, a lot of folks don't necessarily want to admit to some things.
Yeah, I'm saying I haven't been in a fight really in my adult life, like even here in Metro Detroit.
But you want to come and shit talk on these streams? It's like, oh, I guess that's wise because
No,
you
it's
never
not,
actually
because I was
got in
saying
any fight.
it is saying that mentally what goes through in my mind is say that I haven't thrown a punch in even close in over 10 years, and really 20 years like not, I mean, or even
Maybe
close
you should
to,
go to a Muay Thai class and just get the aggression off your chest, because like really we should be discussing philosophical points. You're not constantly
well, I'm saying that the point is what goes through my mind. So even as someone who hasn't thrown a punch in my adult life, that these violent thoughts do in fact go through my head. I mean, say like Jimmy Carter, his famous statement that God forbid he's raped thousands of women in his mind, and say like, no, there's no woman that you're not going to find a single woman that's going to tell her that Doooovid touched her inappropriately. But if you say, did Doooovid have inappropriate thoughts? You say, yes, Doooovid suffers from inappropriate thoughts. And, so even the inappropriate words, you're saying is, Doooovid said anything inappropriate to you? You say that, no, I don't even recall Doooovid. He doesn't really tell dirty jokes, or, it's not, can't even, but, what's going on in my mind? I'm just a human animal. And so, yes, of course, I have violent and dirty thoughts constantly running through my mind.
Well, there are boundaries between thoughts, words, actions, as well as
that's the point I'm making. So it's saying that if you don't admit that the dirty and violent thoughts run through your mind, you're probably inaccurate. So it's saying because I'm somewhat enlightened, I could tell you the thoughts running through my mind.
You don't always need to share. This is something that I need to learn.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, are you making the commons better or worse by sharing what you're saying? It's like, well,
do you have the Invader Zim clip?
There's diminishing returns. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by Invader Zim. Sorry. What's that?
I'll find a clip. Hold on.
By the way, memes, I re-listened to our stream that we did on the Wolfram one.
I started listening to that too.
Felt at the time.
Well, I was very confused.
Worse than it was in the back, and well, it's just I was sort of just being, I don't know, I was very overstimulated because I wasn't expecting it, so I had like no time to mentally sort of get in the zone. It was just like go, and yeah. But overall, I thought it was like not bad. There was something in it I wanted to bring up. I can't remember what it is though. I made notes somewhere.
Because I remember I listened through the end after, and you had you'd gone on to explain some other things.
What make the I mean, just to get how the conversation got veered.
Yeah, Doooovid's such a fucking buzzkill that I've lost all my inspiration, right? So
well, you're talking about
making the show fucking worse by being such a buzzkillington with just beating this dead horse. It's like, okay, you want to talk about it? 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. It's like over an hour is just ridiculous, and it's not the first time either.
I have similar experiences.
Because I'm a girl. If it's just because I'm a girl and I can't deal with it because I'm a girl, I'm sorry. I guess it's just how it is.
Well, I mean, because you cause conflict, but then you can't handle it. Because women escalate conflict, but they don't resolve because you don't have the same sort of dharma. I mean, like a woman could just.
I'm very good at resolving conflict, but some people don't want their conflict resolved. So if they have an attachment to continue to an ongoing conflict, I can't resolve conflict for a person who has an attachment to ongoing state of conflict, can I? That's a contradiction in terms.
For a man, escalation. For a man, the general conflict resolution is factually violence, and it's like, okay, like me or memes or Krabby, we don't have the type conflict that needs to be resolved in conflict. And if a woman is trying to make territorial, um, gains or something, trying to escalate conflict, you said, like I was saying, the other week, like I would never hit a woman. I've never hit a woman. So a woman could escalate conflict to the type level that as a man really deserves violence, but because it's a woman, I would never hit a woman. It wouldn't result in violence. So if there's women and men together and the women escalate conflict to a level that necessitates violence, so it was like me and memes or Krabby, we would just wouldn't escalate conflict to that level because we're long-term planning violence adverse, as where a woman doesn't have the same risk factor because you could escalate conflict to the level of violence because the violence isn't likely to affect you. It's like memes just saying like he's not going to hit a woman. I mean, you have to be it's just an incredible situation. It's like in general, like I've never hit a woman. I never plan on doing it. I think I'll die having never hit a woman. But even a person that's relatively conflict adverse, that there is such a thing as dharma, and as a man, dharma requires conflict. So I mean, it's actually Jennifer that causes it because she escalates conflict in a way that men you have to resolve it.
And you're
as
channeling
men.
the conflict I allegedly aroused between men. Is that how you feel? Truly?
Yeah, I mean, it's because you call out in honor of a man as a man. He has to be willing to stand up in violence. It's the dharma, the requirement. So if a woman calls out the honor of a man, the man will not resolve it in violence. If a man calls out the honor of a man, he has no choice but to accept the duel, so to say. So if a woman purposely arises the conflict to a level that that you've called out a person's honor and say like, no, I have no choice but to stand up and fight, but you're a woman, I can't fight you. So it's
can try to win a debate against me. Kidding. The point is that you can't win, so you do the thing that makes sense when winning is impossible. So Victoria keeps saying quantum dots. I don't know what you're talking about, Victoria. Do you have a question about quantum dots? Because a dot sounds a lot like a particle to me, and it's gone over a bunch of times on the show that particles aren't a thing because only waveforms are a thing, and their dimensionality is 3 + 1, and the 3 + 1 is entangled, and it may have a particular topology that we're currently exploring on the show. So you can't just keep saying quantum dots and thinking that that's going to somehow lead to something.
She's trying to go back to science or something. People are getting tired of the violence, I think.
Well, it would be nice to do a week in review and put a permanent bow on this battlefield posting stuff that really doesn't need to continue to be reposited so many times.
Doovid, I'm happy to have a discussion about this. We totally should. I want you to bring up some of like
you guys should do a separate stream because to me it's just like it's not on my radar. Like I don't see it that way. Yeah, I guess it's a girl thing. Okay.
Yeah, but you can't assert territory. I mean, when you assert authority or territory, the ultimate assertion of territory is violence. So I mean, you have a channel. You'd be like, okay, it's my channel. Like you could bounce me. You could end our friendship. You could never stream with me again. But territory is controlled through violence. And if you had your house or something like that, even you might not have a gun or protection, but you could call the police. You have law enforcement on your side. But no, I do think it's essentially it's a question about how you talk about ideas and how you assert your authority. And it's like the Socratic method or debate where it's I'm right, you're wrong. You're saying like, no one ever walks away thinking that they're wrong. No one ever thinks that they lost a debate. No one is ever going to think that you're the authority. And I mean, maybe there is in general, but like certainly American society, the authority is generally never accepted. So you have to take a different strategy towards establishing authority or what it means to convince somebody.
I mean,
even if it's rhetorical, where there's a value proposition, talk about the value proposition to a conversation or information flow, where you're looking at what do you have to offer the other person, what do they gain from the information flow, and if it is a teacher-student type thing, what does it mean to be an authority? What is it for the person to accept? Okay, this person has information that I want And how does that, you did a show with memes on Wolfron. You did that map stream. You took the second one down or something. You did another map stream and you took it down.
I didn't take it down. I was never planning on keeping them long term on the channel because I kind of want to make the purely teaching streams their own thing on my non-normal blog, which is the school. Well, it's not even a blog, but it's like a website or whatever. So School of Entropy. So the very first one is there, but the subsequent ones I'm gonna stream them, leave them for a while, and then make them unlisted. But they're still easily accessible on that website. So
I was having trouble
be any
finding
problem.
particular topics.
But I'm pretty sure I linked the. Okay, wait. I'll go to the website then if it's unclear what to do.
No, I was
Because
trying
I
to find
thought this
thing
was
that
the
you
most
had-
organized way. Because I'm trying to like give a good idea to people for what the channel's about, right? Like where I want to take the channel. And I'm cool to teach math, but it's like there's lots of stuff I'd rather do more than that, like metaphysics type stuff. So
Right.
or
No, I was just
whatever
saying
we're
that
calling
I
it this
that,
year.
no, at the time I had spent kind of looking through because I was looking for the things that you had presented like on the previous stream, and maybe it was linked in the stream, but I didn't go to the stream. I was on the website instead, and I didn't quickly find it, and then I got caught up with another I don't know, maybe Sean Carroll lecture. I had to go back and start listening to some of his things again. Now with more knowledge about things, I go back and listen to some of the more fundamental things again. I'm like, okay, I listened to this like 10 months ago, and now this is, again, it's like, well, kind of like Doowovid was saying, it's like, I thought I had, okay, maybe I didn't understand it, but at least I had an idea. Now I come back, I'm like, all right, I was completely off on these things. Some of these things, okay, maybe it's more clear now, and it's almost like going back and reading a book or getting some knowledge you have and going over it. And thank you, Doowovid, for that link to that channel with only 13 subscribers, because I want to listen to some of the stuff.
Okay, so under School of Entropy, there's math prep. And basically everything is there under math prep. So every single thing we've ever done is just on one single page. I thought that would be the easiest thing. Right? Hello?
No, I'm sorry. It was Google.
It's fine.
No, my browser was saying, oh, okay. Okay, is the physics stuff here?
Well, it's the calculus stuff. I mean, the physics stuff, that's, that's a bit different because we're sort of fixing the metaphysical problems, whereas calculus, we don't need to reinvent calculus.
No, I just want to absorb the models you were showing before. I actually want to go over them in the articles because I haven't yet, and that's probably very useful.
If you want to join the math stuff, I suggest at least getting all the notes and downloading them and getting that ready. I mean, you don't need to print them out, but it's probably worth having something handwritten. You can rewrite, you got to practice your handwriting to some extent and whatnot. So everything's here on one page.
No. I mean, does that explain it? Because I thought about this a little bit the other day, just because at least when I grew up, you still learn cursive and stuff like handwriting and stuff.
My mom learned Latin in school. Isn't that hilarious? Like in high school. Like I don't think any of us
learned Latin, but it was an elective.
I bet Doowovid didn't learn Latin in high school. Although he did learn about the 3D periodic table. Remember that?
I took 4 years condensed, but no, I did take Latin in high school. I went to a good high school. Doowovid was a serious student even as a young person. Not in my teenage years. I didn't show any exceptional ability besides for chess till I was about 14. But high school, I switched to a good high school, and my high school chemistry teacher, ironically a woman, told us that the 3D periodic table is actually supposed to be 3-dimensional, and they offered Latin, of which I was able to take 4 semesters in 2 years, or 4 years condensed into 2 years at my own pace.
Well, I wasn't trying to give a full explanation. I just saw your comment in the chat. I wasn't trying to fully expound the Socratic method. Like, I don't even know that you can do that because it's too broad of strokes. What I was saying is that that's the closest that the Socratic method comes to being able to impart knowledge. And even then it's predicated on there being some piece of knowledge that the Socratic method can help bring you around to. I'm not saying there's that. I acknowledge what you said about the power differential. Like, I honestly think you're totally right about that. I just didn't think it belonged in here because we're talking about knowledge, not power differentials.
Is it just me, or are some
Well,
of these?
it's also related to violence that
Not
once-
again.
Well, it is. I mean, because the violence is the exceptional point of the power differential.
Doovid,
that
you're getting somebody somewhere hammered.
The person who doesn't have the power usually fears the violence. They're saying, like, okay, if you're on the side of power, you're saying you're not scared of the violence because violence is going to work on your behalf. So it's part of the violence is the ultimate demonstration of power in saying, okay, you're saying like Memes does security. He's going to be working for me, not you. He might simp for a woman, but at the end of the day, he's going to need a paycheck and he's going to work for Doovid, not you, because, power asymmetry. And whatever the case is, so that's why, like, no, I'm not a violent person, but I'm comfortable with violence because the power asymmetry is real, and violence works on my behalf, not against my behalf. And that's really the ultimate demonstration of power. That's why I mentioned you're saying, like, you see the guy at the door with a gun, he's my guy, not your guy. Like, you see the cop on the corner, he's going to take my side, not your side. And that's the power asymmetry, and it's factual or not. And so that's, but the Socratic method in terms of your diagram, if it's purely logical and it's not based on a power structure, where the Socratic method, you could be wrong and use the Socratic method because the power differential in saying, like, you see security, and if I tell them to bounce you, they're going to bounce you whether you're right or wrong. That isn't classically the Socratic method, but in the modern sense, it probably more is, the fact that, corruption and power. But if you're looking to say,
well, you're also dealing with an observer among other observers within a world plane. And as my chicken is finishing up right now, I just need to get these last points. And Doovid, to be fair, you do use the word violence a lot. The chat has pointed that out. That is fair. Jen, at times, can, in my opinion, escalate some situations that may not need to be escalated. But as I was getting to the end of Jen's article here on the Church of Entropy WordPress site, I saw the Platonic solids. And then all of a sudden I saw the dodecahedron, which happens to represent ether, according to the Platonic solids. And one of the hyperbolic lattices that I showed at the end of the thing that right before I came on here, happened to be a hyperbolic lattice of dodecahedrons. The universe is a beautiful place. I love you all. Peace out. Thank you for having me on. I'll be lurking.
Yeah, awesome.
Enjoy your chicken spinach.
You're thinking like a mathematic, the Socratic, like you had in your diagram. If the guru, sees into the person's head, so to say, in saying that understanding this idea takes 4, 8, 10 logical steps, and you have a block, due to bad karma or some sort that causes you on step 3 to be making a logical fallacy, and therefore I'm going to walk you through all of the steps through kind of like a question answer, and you will see at this step that you're viewing it wrong. And then once I've shown you that step you're viewing wrong, I could walk you through the rest of the steps to show you how you should get to the correct conclusion. So it's an understanding. If it's mathematical, like like on your algebra stream, and you ask someone to solve like a basic algebra problem, an algebra in the classic form, like an algorithm, meaning that you perform the same operation to both sides of the equal sign, and it balances out. So if you have 3x plus 3x equals 6, and you divide both sides by 3, and then you get x equals 2, because you divided both sides by 3, it equals out. And if you had like differential equations or a more complicated problem that involved multiple steps, and then you're trying to correct someone's answer, and you see like you were almost right, of the 6 steps that need to solve the answer, you did 5 of the steps correct and 1 of them incorrect, and therefore you got the incorrect answer, and you show them where they made the mistake. Or if people did a whole bunch of homework assignments and you could see that the person's consistently making a similar mistake versus like a guru who's looking at a person who's making lifestyle inaccuracies, someone that's constantly causing themselves bad karma through consistently making the same poor life choice, that you would use the Socratic method to demonstrate. And I think Jennifer's diagram was pretty good, where you showed the one step towards the correct solution, and saying like if you just were to demonstrate this is how to correctly view this issue, but the person has some sort of block because in their own mind they have some sort of dissonance or fallacy or reason why they have a wrong step in their way of thinking. So you have to go through their thinking process to see where they have that wrong step, then correct that, and then show them that with now the corrected step, that taking all of the steps they could reach the correct conclusion. And that, so with the law and the current method of power asymmetries, where usually it's power at the end of the Socratic method, and so there could be doctrinal type things where you're not really teaching a person correct thinking, but you're more trying to get them into like a group think, a way to support the power structure in the way that benefits the people that are currently in power, versus some sort of purely logical. So I think now finally on the live video, you had it up there with the guru and the idea to be learned in the intermediary steps, and you could see how come the person can't get immediately to the idea to be learned, and therefore you have to, any point of the intermediary steps that the person has a flaw in will prevent them from getting to the idea to be learned. So the Socratic
I'm so
method,
glad you like that diagram.
So the Socratic method has to take the person through, usually in the terms of question and answer, through the intermediary steps to show them that if they correctly followed all of the intermediary steps, that they would get to the correct conclusion. And then you might reveal the person's cognitive dissonance, that the reason you can't get to the correct conclusion is because of some sort of dissonance, character flaw, problem that causes the person to want to see reality inaccurately, and therefore they're making one of the steps incorrectly in order to have the flawed view of the way they want to see the world, as opposed, without the cognitive dissonance, as opposed to seeing the world in the way that it actually is. And so you take them through all the steps and show them that all of the steps properly done take you to seeing the way the world actually is. And then you could also reveal to them their cognitive dissonance of what caused them to see the world inaccurately, and why, maybe the power asymmetry, the reason, like taking low birth or something like that, the reason you wanted to see the world in the way you wanted to is because you took low birth and don't have any power, and you wanted to see the world in a way where you have power that you actually don't. And by going through the steps, the person can be like, oh, this is the reality.
Okay.
And the person, because they took low birth and didn't want to see that they were outside of power, chose to view the world in a way that was inaccurate, as opposed to the way the world actually is, which generally causes a larger amount of cognitive dissonance. If it's like, all of these things I wanted to do, there's other people that are actually doing them, and the reason they're actually doing what I just want to do is because I took low birth, or because I haven't achieved what I need to achieve yet. But it's usually some form of cognitive dissonance, and it's usually like the power asymmetry, that the person doesn't understand, so to say, that the way the world actually works, and you have to relieve them of their dissonance. And usually it's a painful process, the Socratic method, because it usually you might have to add in the mental block, that the mental block here is for their ohm is a dissonance
It gets
releasing.
easier with time because you can profile the standard reactions to dissonance and just apotheosis people into betraying their deepest and darkest without even realizing that that's what they're doing.
Was okay.
So
I had
it
to sell
cuts
myself
down.
into slavery, so to say. I had to, enter into the system, so to say, because I took low birth, and say, everybody to some extent takes low birth, but and even in Freemasonry, no matter how high a birth you take, everybody has to enter at the first degree. But that level of the dissonance of, yes, you have to evaluate yourself to the system, and you have to recognize that the goal that you want to achieve, you're far away from, and the fantasy in your head that the goal has already been achieved by you is just a fantasy. And therefore you actually have to go through these steps, and that's largely what the Socratic method is designed to do. And you could take just the one level of step-by-step teaching people logic, but then there's also deconstructing the person's false belief and a form of enlightenment that comes to the person of why they had the false belief, and that they're going to be better off long term relinquishing their false belief. Even if short term, the dissonance is worse, that the pain is worse to relinquish the false belief. That's easier to hold on to the false belief short term, even though long term, after the Socratic method, the person clearly sees that they're wrong and that the way they see the world doesn't correspond to reality, even though the pain of accepting that the world is not the way that they saw it, temporarily might be too painful for them to handle. And so if you have a trusted guru to guide the person through the process of the dissonance of realizing that the way they saw the world doesn't in fact correspond with reality.
If only had someone like that kicking around oh well, better luck next lifetime. I'm glad you like my Socratic diagram though, and JD says that we should have it wrapping around or something to guide the questioning. So if you want to update that diagram and make it a bit better, then you can definitely do that. This is how I think of it. Like, I'm not even really doing this, right? Like, this is, I almost never do this, right? This is something that almost never works. So just to be clear that it's not like my go-to or anything, but it can work really well. It can become like a bit of a dance, but even that would be more complicated than what's being depicted here. So this would be like the very simplest version of what it could be. Just to be clear on that. Oops, I don't even have it displayed right now. I'm not even looking at displaying the right screen. All right.
Jennifer, are you familiar at all with Eric Dollard, the electrical engineer?
Should I be?
Not necessarily, but I would recommend everybody check him out. I think it's very fascinating stuff. He and Ken Wheeler are friendly. They were on the Energetics Forum panel in 2019. He is
so that is uncompelling. That is less compelling than Mr. T Jump.
What, the Energetics Forum? Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. So.
Well, I'm not. Again, my thing with T Jump, we probably shouldn't retread those waters, but it's a little more nuanced. I'm not just saying. I think whatever.
We don't need to retreat into taking shots at T Jump.
No, the legitimacy of Eric Dollard it shouldn't come from the Energetics Forum. If you want why I would think that he's creditable, he has worked very closely with the U.S. Navy. He's worked with. He was basically adopted by one of the Farnsworth relatives at like a really young age who made vacuum televisions. anyway, he's a very advanced electrical engineer that nobody else is really. I mean, there are a few people in the energetics forum like Aaron Murakami who are trying to marry all these ideas, but there's nobody who really has an understanding of Tesla's technology today like Eric Dollard does. And I think he's got a lot of very interesting things to say.
So again, this is an appeal to authority, not an explanation. Like, am I ever actually going to get an answer? Am I actually going to, because you're not actually telling me anything. You realize that,
I'm
right?
just saying check him out.
I'm just saying why would I take your advice? A person who can't even be fucked to read what I've spent hours.
Well, you don't have to, but
accept the power asymmetry, Wonder Crab.
Why the hell would I take your advice?
Asymmetry. I know it causes cognitive dissonance.
What reality is this again?
Here's why.
The fact that somebody comes on to my show to tell me to watch these yahoos makes me think probably good chance I'm not going to ever care what these people have to say. Well, except unless they're doing something so egregious that I have to step out against it, like Claire or Kurt Doolittle or dumbass.
Between you and him, but then he's saying, but Ken Wheeler has more power than you. So even though in the current circumstance there's a power asymmetry and you wield more power than him and you get to Socratic him, he doesn't get to Socratic you, but Ken Wheeler wields more power than you, and he would get to Socratic you, and you wouldn't get to Socratic him, and he's in and on it with Ken Wheeler.
I could submit him in minutes.
And you're saying, my guru is bigger than you. I may not be bigger than you, but my guru is bigger than you.
This isn't about that. This is whether I could submit Ken Wheeler in under 3 minutes, and the answer is yes. He believes
that his guru, Ken Wheeler, is bigger than you. So you think, you would take down his guru also, but he thinks that, okay, you might be able to defeat me, but you wouldn't be able to defeat my guru, Ken Wheeler.
Well, they don't really disagree is the thing. It sounds like fundamentally her and Ken Wheeler's model are not that distinct. I mean, there are more specific. I mean, Ken Wheeler is interested more in metaphysics than physics. And I think clearly Miss Scharf is interested in
thank you.
Physics and the material world a little bit more and has expertise in the classical or at least establishment realms of science. But I don't think that necessarily they contradict each other. I'd say that they're pretty good. And
why isn't Ken Wheeler acknowledging how wonderful my theory is? Because that makes me think, what a goof.
Well, how would he?
He doesn't have devotees that can send him. Hey, look at this picture, Ken. Is it cool? And if he's a true devotee, he'll be like, cool. If he's a faker, he'll be all triggered. Like, why do you think all these people get triggered by me? Because I reveal them as phonies, and it's always imposter syndrome.
That is a good question.
The projection comes from, like, if someone says something bad about me, they're telling you the truth about themselves. They just can't see it. And someone who's psychically clear like me just brings it out of them. Now, they can't see it, but everyone else can. And it's like, whoa. Just learn to read the signs. It's a form of thermometer. So really, there's only one wise choice at the end of the day. But I won't say what it is, because I'm sure everyone already knows, because God forbid I should have to teach anyone anything, because everybody already knows everything. This last little while's made that more than abundantly clear. Try to see this from my perspective, though. It's like, what do you think I see when I look at Ken Wheeler?
Honestly, I still haven't looked him up. Even though you've been on the show a few times and mentioned him, I still haven't looked up and checked out Ken Wheeler. No offense. I mean, if you shared a video or like he came in my radar, or maybe I heard about him from multiple people other than you, I don't have any negative impression of him, but just you're mentioning him, like maybe if you emailed me like a link and was actual video, but at this point I haven't even looked or checked him up. I probably would need collaborating recommendations usually. So just because I so many people like read this or check this thing out, usually I need if there's like a credibility factor where there's a value proposition to me accepting it off of just one person. Usually I need it corroborated by multiple people before I check it out. But like I would take a note that you've mentioned Ken Wheeler and like the name's familiar, but I still haven't sought out to seek out his content or like order his book, because as of now, you're the only one who's mentioned his name to me.
I was
Yeah,
less
David
recommending
showed
him,
you
by the
respect
way,
when
to
no one
you
else
two.
did.
I was more recommending him to the audience. I know you two are already familiar, but Eric Dollard and Ken Wheeler, since they're not really known about, I just try to promote them as much as possible. And as far as credibility goes, I would just say that Ken Wheeler is the only person who's ever defined a field, and he literally wrote the book on magnetism. But again, credibility here is the wrong word to use. Maybe I should stop using the word credibility because people seem to
Do
get.
you understand what science is?
No. This is the problem. I don't.
Science has to do with- Science involves the positing of theories which make predictions. That in and of itself is extremely difficult.
Very vague.
So,
I don't
just
really
because the
understand it any
theory-
better still.
Well, there you go. So you don't even understand that for some people, if you don't have a scientific basis for what you're saying, you're already gone from the range of consideration that they wouldn't even be open if you couldn't.
Well, this is why I say T-Jump has credibility.
Basis. He doesn't have credibility. He has credibility in some domains, according to some people, but he does. You can't just say somebody has credibility. Credibility is defined on a range.
Yeah, credibility is a vague word.
Topic.
Like you should use something, definable, like a metric. Like I said, T-Jump gets over 100 live viewers. T-Jump has, an active Discord. T-Jump, is in regular debates that get large amounts of viewers, as opposed to, something vague. And then, if you take like the opposing metrics, like T-Jump begs chump change. T-Jump has to hide behind, like a fake and a non-identity. T-Jump doesn't have a resume out there with actual achievements, so I'm going to assume he doesn't have a resume with actual achievements, as opposed to some fantasy of assuming that he really has all these achievements and just can't tell you. But
well, he says he's better than me at physics, and it's like, no, you're not. But he's really
you
convinced
actually have a
that he
degree in
is.
physics.
So he's definitely Dunning-Kruger. He said I should get a refund for my degree. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, I'm saying so. It's like the credibility of no, I don't think like an anonymous personality is going to have much credibility. You're saying like he does have something. I'm saying not like he obviously has some form of credibility, but just in terms of vagueness, like you're talking to an accountant, don't tell me the guy's rich, tell me what type of assets and the number he's got. So you keep on telling me the guy's rich and saying like, Doovid was.
Here's why I'm a Tom Jump respecter. I'm a Tom Jump respecter because he did not kick me out of his Discord, and that's hard to do because there's a lot of pressure to unperson me by certain people who can't handle how awesome I am.
Well, he probably relatively likes you. He's even said relatively that you're nice, and from it's kind of like if he's the best, he's the greatest, and you're kind of like a mediocre challenger. Like in his own mind, he was looking like I'm the best, and you're kind of like a mediocre challenger.
Ain't Dunning-Kruger a hell of a drug?
That that he wants to keep you around in order for his fans. He's trying to build up a base and make money. And it's mentioned like Trump and entertainment and metrics, that if you want to maintain a successful channel, you have to build people up. You have to keep around. If you're trying to reach the A league, but you're still in the B league, you have to keep mentor the people in the C league. So T-Jump, he probably wants to be in the league with Destiny and Vouch. He wants to be making more money in super chats and get to a bigger league. So he has to keep people like you around in his minors. That he's got. Generally there's people above you and people below you, and the people below you could eventually be even with you, and the people above you, you're hoping to be even with them, and that and probably also like a simp level, like he probably wants to recruit more women. I mean, if he doesn't have like a Claire type attitude where really we need a patriarchy and there shouldn't be women involved in this at all. But almost all people in these circles, where like they're majority men dominated, and you try to recruit more women, or you make yourself look better by having the few women in the circles working together. If you see that with like chess or something like that, where there's like so few women chess players, but like if you're from the best, like the very few of the women chess players are friendly with you because they want to be friends with the best. So there's that alpha by having the women. So I assume all these generic strategy type things are going through T Jump's mind, and just how does he improve his own career? How does he make his own social media imprint, fame bigger? And if he's looking at you as an asset, not a liability, although he does look at you as someone who's easily crush any time, but keep you around as a minor asset.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. We had a bit of a chat. Didn't go.
I'm projecting how he in his own mind views it, not necessarily what's accurate, but is saying how I would assess.
You can tell when someone's had the wind taken out of their sails, vocally speaking, or at least I can. He was getting there.
I doubt it. I mean, from
he doesn't want to go into that again.
In my own mind, I would assume that he thinks he beat you easily. And would
you underestimate my feminine wiles. And I don't deploy them on you out of respect.
As a woman,
but if he doesn't respect me, I'm not going to respect him, right? You respect me, so I would never.
In terms of debate opponent,
feminine wiles.
That
doesn't mean I don't know how to do it, though. Sorry.
He's not looking to you're not. He's trying to move up into bigger circles. He considers himself bigger than you, and he just. But I mean, you're not nothing to him. You're still, have 1,000 subs. You still have a degree in physics. You still are intelligent. But no, he doesn't consider you, one of his main contenders. He'll keep you around as someone like he's nurturing and just being nice to for his audience. But he's trying to move into bigger circles. He's probably, he wants to publicly defeat, this neurosurgeon. But like you as a woman who has a degree in physics, that's pretty impressive for a girl. She's a woman and got a degree in physics. He would say he could crush, a neurosurgeon easily. Of course, he could crush, some woman who has just a degree in physics easily. But be nice to you for his audience.
The sliding scale of nice, eh? That's cool. I'm just not really thinking about it too much. The spirits just revealed it, and then I did it, and I haven't thought about it since. I just got a message from, everybody's favorite pals, and they said, join the T-Jump server, and I was just like, cool.
But Claire?
There's not that many recommendations that I get.
What, from Claire?
Astral pals. No, astral pals.
Oh.
The spirits, the things that tell you stuff if you have ability to listen to the universe. It said join the T-Jump server, and I was like, okay.
The same one that talked to Claire?
Well, I didn't need to say okay because we sort of understand each other well enough that I don't have to. What about Claire? Claire just stalks me everywhere.
How do you listen to these things? I'm very bad sometimes.
You make yourself the perfect transmission device. You understand that you're a measurement device and you optimize yourself as a measurement device. And just because you're a measurement device doesn't mean that you have to be an automaton. Just because you're a robot doesn't mean you have to be an automaton, and trying to LARP is something that you aren't makes you even more one-dimensional and predictable and boring and flat. And the point, if there is one to life, is not a flat experience. It's like a super, intricate, detailed one.
Is a conduit empty or full?
Oh, jeez.
Stumped her. No, but really, I mean, is an antenna, is a conduit or a vessel?
I mean, in a way, it's like devoid? It seems like what the sages point to is that it's empty, but perhaps that is to misconstrue what maybe the conductivity should be optimized. whether there's clarity should be within your own control, or whether there's emptiness should be within your own control. There should be no impedance to how much emptiness you engender. So it's one of those questions. It's like, it's a good one because the answer is not just a black and white thing. Like it can't be answered in the binary. And so that's just the nature of some questions, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's a basic Masonic structure that everyone's bounded to, whether they understand it or not. Like they have the new ghetto milk cart challenge going on. But someone like T-Jump wants to increase the prominence. He has to build his own pyramid, and he only reaches a higher rung by creating the pyramid of people under him that he's going to stand above. So, he probably looks at you as someone, that will form a block in the pyramid for him to stand at a higher rung. And if it's like, the ghetto milk cart challenge where, your pyramid structure based on milk cartons is pretty dangerous to stand on top of. So, you need to recruit and nurture the people under you in order to build a bigger pyramid for you to stand on top of. And it's also like streaming like that. Like, okay, like Jennifer's got over 1,000 subs now, and she gets monetized or wants to stream regularly. She needs her cast of characters, and she needs to help build up her cast of characters. And if the masonry is true, it will be some sort of pyramidal structure, and your place going higher is only as sturdy as the pyramid you build under you. And that means the people that you nurture and recruit, if you're going to look at like in a degree system, that you could only reach the higher degrees by having capable, trustworthy people at the lower degrees beneath you.
I'd invite
This
the
milk
people in the
crate
chat to
challenge.
consider this idea of like how many things are required before something can be defined as empty. How many metaphysical constructs are required before something can be defined as empty? I noticed that Crab Cakes just exited. My guess is he'll come back. I think he disconnected by accident, but we'll see.
Yeah, I said like the main reason I actually enjoy helping people, and I said like I give money away. I don't mind hooking people up. I even publicly would do that, and it's one of the benefits of becoming a like a e-personality or any public personality is the ability to help people out. And from the Masonic structure, it's bad karma to have excess possessions, but you could increase your possessions with some sort of karmatic balance in order to help other people out, in order to help out society. That just for my own self-gratification, that why do I need all this stuff? But you're saying that I don't really need all that stuff, but in order for me to benefit society and the people under me, I need this stuff. And it's somewhat factual that just works that way. If you're not a really nice guy, a lot of times it's everybody against each other. If T-Jump is, he's probably relatively a nice guy in his own way, in the sense that he probably nurtures and helps people, even though he might not have a typical nice guy type attitude, just like JF. Probably he was pretty nice to me. He hooked me up. He put me on his show. He gave me free advice, even technical advice. Adam Green, he even walked Judas Maccabeus through tech support and various things. But karma's effect. Say like violence obeys the laws of karma. That karma doesn't operate. Violence doesn't operate outside of the laws of karma. Violence is a part of the laws of karma. Presumably, if violence comes to somebody, it's within the laws of karma. And creating good streams, creating good networks is you have to understand karma. You don't have to understand karma. The sages, the Hebrew sages, say you could just create good karma, do good things, and not understand the science of karma and have good results. Or you could understand the science of karma but still have bad karma. You have bad character and do bad things and he's like, oh crap, like, you know, like I keep on messing up because I have bad character. And even though I understand the science of karma, when I get to the spot, because my character hasn't been refined or perfected, I keep on shooting myself in the foot, God forbid. So, you know, actually having good karma is more important than actually understanding karma.
That was really, that last bit. Oh, that was poetry. Love that.
It's really what the Hare Krishna say about bhakti yoga. You know, bhakti yoga is more important than karma yoga. You're just pure love of God, meditation on God. You don't have to understand karma yoga to reap the benefits of karma yoga. You could reap the benefits of karma yoga through bhakti yoga, but it doesn't mean that karma yoga is not a fact.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you could just do the small brain take. If you know, maybe it is small brain to want to do the big brain thing, because it's like if the result is the same, I'll just do the energetically easier one. But then it's like, is the result really the same? And I just sort of look at things and it's like, it does seem to have this tendency to lose potency in a lot of different ways. It'd be nice if that were acknowledged. Like kind of what you said, Krabby, with like iron sharpens iron type thing. Yeah, there's truth to that, but like, what's your final goal? Like, where does the Socratic method actually end? Like, where does that go? Are you actually any better for engaging in this manner of dialogue? And how, if you are better? I don't think you're any better for engaging in this manner of not you as individually, but just people in general, I don't think are better for engaging in this manner of dialogue.
Sometimes less is more. And I get the feeling the more that people peer through the veil, the less happy it makes them. And sometimes maybe we are here to be ignorant. Now, not, always we shouldn't be ignorant, but it's like there is something kind of beautiful in the occult and the things that are obscured to our direct sensory interpretations. And I'm sort of a Gnostic type. Doovid, we can't hear you. Doovid, you're muted.
Doovid, you are muted.
Oh, maybe he's talking to someone else. Well, I'm partial to Gnosticism and Solipsism, so.
How does it look any different if I reorient it? I don't know if you can see. Can you see? Like, are you watching like the actual stream?
No, I can't. Here, hold on.
It kind of looks like a king with a giant crown and a giant coat and a giant, like a singular little mustache popping out of his chin, the green bit.
I could see it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The hidden yogi hand. Yeah, there is something about it kind of looks like something grabbing something. Like it's thinking like, well, maybe like within this lattice, there's every single shape somehow. The occult is the stuff that's like hidden from view. Ooh. Remember I said, esoteric, exoteric teachings have both sides, and the things that tend to be esoteric, aka culted, aka hidden, aka what esoteric means is like intended or consumption by a few people. It's mind control. Remember, keeps bringing this up. And there were people who were mind control skeptic, but I guess whatever. That's current year for you.
So you want to wrap up, or you got anything else you want to cover?
Well, I feel like we didn't even talk about like. Okay, so you saw the stream I did with memes.
No, I didn't actually watch that.
Or you didn't see? Okay, so you didn't have any feedback as to like whether that was good or not. Okay, that's cool.
Well, I mean, it's hard to watch. I'm saying like it's like the basic. You could timestamp, give it a little better description, or like timestamp a table of content. So just like watching an hour plus video that's unclear, like what you're talking about, and then that jumps around and flows. That I tried to watch the first few minutes and then just flip through, and I was like, I couldn't even figure out what you were talking about.
Thanks for the
So-
feedback. That's cool.
So I mean, I've told you many times that you should timestamp. I mean, I do it in all my videos. But a week in review or something may not pay, that it's not worthwhile content moving forward. That
I
people
just
follow
wouldn't
it, they
know
watch it.
where. I wouldn't know where. Well, we haven't like it would be easy to do that if we had pre-decided subjects we were going to cover, but we didn't do that. We just sort of went from subject to subject randomly, and it was unclear where one started and stopped. But if we actually pre-plan that, yeah, it would be easy to make a timestamp thing.
I mean, you
But we
might want
don't
to do
pre-plan
that.
the show to that extent. Well, if
You
you
might
want
wanna
to
do
pre-plan
that
the show, that's
before
fine.
all of your shows, and even live. I mean, one thing you could do that before you go live, and then
But then I can't focus on being live, and then the content quality the quality of the content will suffer, I fear.
but then your content's
Pretty
not really
hard to
worthwhile.
do what I'm doing.
Not worthwhile long term if it's not logically structured in a way that you could put a table of contents in it. It's probably not valuable.
No, we could do it. We just
long-term.
would have to pre-plan it before the show went live. That's what I'm saying. They're definitely doable.
That's why I said that the T-Jump debate on Theology Unleashed, or your debates on modern day debate, it wasn't necessarily your fault that they didn't really do that. Even if you wanted to do it, they probably you wouldn't have been able to. But that's what it takes to make good content, and also to have content that has value long term. That someone watched a year from now also would be clear the topics or what they go to, and what and almost all of the Lex Friedman, blogging heads, most of the major channels that I see that have a timestamp, a table of contents.
My week has been very, very boring, and I have not made any crab casts, and I feel guilty. So that is my week in review.
Sometimes you
Uh-oh.
plateau. You need to reassess and think through your
Well,
value
it's actually
proposition,
just
so to say, or you start
I've had to get a
overthinking it.
job, and it's been difficult finding the time, but I will be soon.
You could under or overthink it. I mean, like you probably just click on your camera and go live and ramble, or you plan something or you take a walk. But and also,
Would you recommend that? Would you recommend just like stream of consciousness style? Because there's different schools of thought about this.
you have to connect to your audience. Like if you're famous or something, or you have lots of people that you need to speak to, and you just need to send out something to your peeps. You got to just record something and talk to your peeps. Or say if you're just talking to yourself and you don't really know who's listening, but you have to understand the value proposition between who's listening to you and what you're telling them. That so like if you have a regular viewership and you don't put out content, you weaken your connection with your viewership, and you should feel like Jennifer, like now she's monologuing, like who you're speaking to and what the value is. And if you have just a handful of subs,
Mhm.
it could be somewhat more intimate. If you have larger subs, then you could kind of see tailored towards if it's like Doooovid or something, of a tiered audience. They have different people that follow different parts of my content, and I try to make the content tiered towards my viewership that's interested. So when we talk about Judaism, I might try to make the stream completely within a Jewish frame, so that people that only follow my Jewish content aren't gonna, or Hinduism or chess or something like that. It mix it too much, because you have to understand your own audience, and you should have like a direct connection that you're actually talking to people. You feel like you're actually talking to people and have some sort of response. I don't know if you have enough, like you have a live chat. If you just go live, if you would have people in your chat, and you could sometimes work with, that's usually somewhat of a basis to work with. Or if you're like driven like me, where you exactly the type of content you want to produce, and you're going to produce that regardless of the feedback you get from the people watching it, because you have some sort of vision of the material that you want to produce. And as your channel grows or you grow as an e-personality, you'll probably have multiple. So if it's just a random stream of conscious, like telling people like what's up and what you're thinking, versus some sort of like prepared,
I am not
well
thinking
thought out
anything.
thought,
It's just,
where
that's the
you
problem.
have an idea that's well thought out, and you're just trying to express and give that over. That
So it's a tradition that I would like to enjoy, but it can't really be enjoyed publicly because it's kind of more of a one-on-one thing. But there's tangential applications that can be shared publicly. That's what the point of the channel is. I see someone ask for the link there. Bob Elvis. I'm gonna post it. You got a fan, Krabby.
Uh-oh.
Oops. See, look, it's just like I'm sorry. My computer must have not been able to, to handle the copy command there because I posted the wrong thing. Here I go to do it.
Yeah, I'm getting tired, and I got a few eBay things that I sold that I gotta probably ship out.
Would have been nicer to talk about various. I had kind of a list of stuff that was actually about metaphysics that I want to talk about, but it's okay. We can just not talk about metaphysics at all. Talk about other stuff. Seemed a bit unfocused.
Well, the point of Week in Review is to...
Please don't be jealous that I joined the T-Jump Discord.
No, I'm not jealous. I mean, it's a read on your own personality. That, I mean, you got to be you, and whatever. Like, no, I'm not really attached in that way. It's not. Doesn't. So to say, bother or.
I just figured that me being there would be an imposition on you because I'm so controversial. I thought I was doing you a favor by staying out of it, to be honest.
My Discord's pretty dead. Like, no, like I don't have anyone really active. There's a few random people that I keep correspondence with here and there, but I don't really have any active conversation or anything going on in my Discord. It's pretty dead. Well, I do have like 50 members. I do have like 50 people in my Discord, but I think I average like 2 or 3 posts a week, and most of them are like only a line. And like over the last 6 months, the most posts I had were from like trolls, basically. So I haven't had much success with Discord. So if T-Jump has a more active Discord, good for him.
Well, you're not very social, but T-Jump also says he's antisocial, which is what makes his hyper-social Discord all the funnier. There's just a level of non-giving of fucks that's cosmic. Somewhat of a source of inspiration. Night, Tobias. Thanks for coming over. Sorry.
Okay, have a great night. I guess I'm going to sign off. If you want to keep on streaming, you can feel free. Or Ramble, you want to keep on talking, I'll
just do the usual. If there's questions in the chat, I'm happy to answer them. And if Krabby wants to chat, I'm fine with that too. And otherwise, I can just wrap it up. All good. I'm just so happy that we get to have
Week in Review.
Super fun time.
Keep it going. Yeah. Keep progress moving forward. Have stuff to review, accomplishments to review. People, the majority of a man's desires remain unfulfilled, but accomplishments to review and plans to make and achievements to try to reach, and team of people to collaborate with. It's important. It's the only way to do it. So the pyramid is only as strong as the base is under it. You want to accomplish big things, you need to build up a wide network. And big things like heart problem consciousness, big issues are saying like there's not that many people delving into some of these issues. So at a certain point,
Well, we'll
You know,
just have to say it in a convincing way, and then everyone will just echo it.
Well, that's not my perception, but I was saying that
Well, okay.
even if it's like Penrose who gets the Nobel Prize, like I mean, there's still only a few thousand people who watch him, and saying if you have acceptance in the academy, or your cult, your people, your respect, there's usually only so much reach for so many ideas, and you might be able to expand the reach a little bit, but unlikely much more than that. So you could see, do the market research and see how big the audience is for certain ideas, and maybe you could expand it a little bit on that, and have, just the realistic, like the basic, the Serenity Prayer or something, to accept the things you can't change, and the courage to try to change the things you can. Some sort of realistic, view that connect to the people who are actually out there interested in these ideas, maybe expand it a little bit.
But if they don't
And-
know that the ideas exist, how can they be interested in ideas they don't know exist? They're just waiting to jump and attach their jaws to my neck and attempt to Socratize me.
Yeah, because it's probably your unrealistic expectations or your dissonance between the way the world actually is and the way you perceive it. So
I made it this far on realistic expectations, so I don't know. I think I'm pretty realistic. Are you sure it's not other people who have unrealistic expectations? Maybe.
well, they might, by saying that they're saying that you're not gonna, that your ability to change their unrealistic expectations, that even if you're
That's
right,
possible too. That's
and
where
even
the
if you could
non-attachment
convince-
comes in. That's where the
Is it?
non-attachment comes in. It's largely irrelevant because it's like non-attachment. Either way, it's fun. Is it's really fun. So do it for the fun.
yeah, I'm generally opposed to fun, but duty, responsibility.
I'm not going to try to
Trauma.
change your mind because I respect you, and yep, that's cool. You do
Okay,
you.
so have a great week, and just keep at it, and if you talk, try to catch it later if you say something of interest.
Awesome. Thanks for
Take her easy, Doovid. Well, what an evening, what a stream, what a comment section. The
Busier
commenters
than
are
usual.
they're the real stars, and I think can we just make this show all comments? Where does this? No, I'm just.
What does that mean?
Where does this idea of you said saying less and gaining more? Where does this idea come from? You're
Not
saying
exactly
you're going
sure
to
what
say
talking about.
you're going to say less, or you are going to articulate less in order to, in the end, have a larger effect or accomplish something more direct.
Well, it's sort of numbers. It's like the ones who get the numbers seem to be saying almost nothing.
Well, for example, who? You mean like a
That would
Rogan?
be
You mean
a
like
violation of that would be a violation of my religious vows, because saying who I think is a dipshit fanning their own balls via YouTube channels would be something that has an imbalanced care harm realization. So
fair enough.
I there isn't even anybody coming to mind. It's really just a pattern, and it's been observed. And
Well, I don't
the
disagree.
larger
I'm
the
just trying to
audience, the
think.
more insipid it is. In a lot of ways, there's sometimes people have a small audience because they just blow chunks or whatever, but there is sort of a trade-off between what people want to watch and what people need to watch for particular goals. Like, people aren't watching YouTube live streams with the interest of self-improvement necessarily in mind. It's like not being like looked at on that level, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe it's just like the orca. It's just like the cat torturing the mouse. Maybe we're all here for growth. Maybe it's all It all does serve a purpose, and it's not just bread and circus.
Well, you don't know what enlightenment is, right? So you basically don't know what it could be.
Maybe one day I will.
Well, you
I've been
just
watching
don't.
a lot of.
You mean you just have to believe in it at the end of the day? Because like you just believe it's possible and it makes stuff better. Because there's some end goal that you're not at yet that you know will eventually be there and it'll be really good. But there's no rush really to get there. And I think that nervous like rush to meditate your way to non-reincarnation, that's like sort of a sign that you're just really not ready to do any of it, probably.
Someone in my Discord actually mentioned reincarnation in reference to you and brought up.
Someone
I
talked
guess I
about me
should
in your
ask.
Discord.
Yeah, my friend Nerth was asking about your reincarnation beliefs. He said something that didn't sound quite right to me, but
Okay.
what
What
are
did he say?
your? It had something to do with you being a reincarnated sage, and I'm not sure what the take is there. What if this is a general, more
It's
like
what happens when
karmatic statement?
people go to like the extreme Socratic method with me to try to question my credibility. Yeah, sometimes that stuff comes up. I don't like to bring it up because again, it's the care harm principle. It's like the chances of somebody being enriched by that learning that knowledge is less than somebody being it's basically in a lot of ways headerless information. Like computer can't really deal with headerless information, so for the same reason like talking about past lives is sort of my point is that I would just honestly just as soon never bring it up. But there is no way that I could have learned what I know in this lifetime. Let's be honest about that. It doesn't make any sense. There's no way.
I suppose if you look at learning and information as material, well, I mean, I don't necessarily. I mean, I wanted to talk. I should have brought it up while Doowovid was still here. But the holography, and he was even talking about memory too a second ago. The holography of memory, and the guy who was trying to disprove consciousness being material, and the holographic nature of consciousness being like you can lose half your brain, for instance, and you can still retain full memory and full personality and
There's
all
a
these
guy
things.
who has like no brain.
Yeah,
Not like he's not the smartest person in the world,
I know
but
a
he's
couple
not
of
like
them.
yeah, unironic no brain guy. Like not a joke. Like
And he still functions normally. He still has conversations, full memories, and this is just like is this information, is this wisdom like a material thing that's held within the
that's like
actual cell of the gray matter, or is it something less material and more holistic and more?
it is conclusive disproof that consciousness originates in the brain. Because if you can have some Yahoo running around with no brain and okay, he's not the smartest guy in the world, but he's not like, you know what I mean? He's just a guy, right? It's like we realize halfway through his life that he's got no brain. So if that guy had his life, and pretty sure he's married too, like he wasn't dysfunctional, but like don't exactly know where he was on the IQ scale, but not dysfunctional, let's say. So that disproves, doesn't it? I mean, what else are you going to take as empirical evidence that the brain can't possibly generate the mind? You have a mind in an absence of most of the brain.
Also, I guess that there's no observable physical like mechanism responsible for storing, although I guess people will say you can't test that. Before I go, I wanted to ask, you believe in the ether. But if somebody demanded of you to prove the ether, what is the best method of doing so? If you had to substantiate the existence of an ether rather than a purely materialist framework.
You can believe in ether and be a materialist. Can you?
I suppose you could, but I mean, not the ether of Tesla, not a non-Cartesian ether. If it's non-Cartesian and it has no magnitude, then it really can't be material, because that's what defines material. Magnitude and a position in space.
Okay, which is defined by distance between point particles, which can be proven not to exist, right? So you're already facing an insurmountable, I think it's an epistemological problem here if you're trying to approach that through math.
Well, so how would you go about proving the ether? I understand maybe you could be a materialist.
You don't need to prove definitions. Definitions are not something you can prove. Definitions are things you use to prove things. So
when I say the ether, I mean the substrate.
Axiomatized. What makes a system good depends on what's axiomatized, basically. So if you axiomatize ether, you can't prove ether. Like if you want to prove ether, you disaxiomatize it and prove that the associated mathematics becomes incoherent. If you disallow etheric concept, the prediction of that is incoherent mathematics. And you could argue that that's the situation right now.
Right.
But if there is a definition, it means negative space. So it's volume without mass. So it's if you think about everything that constitutes anything, having a component mass and a component non-mass, which still occupies a volume, we call that ether. The definition really shouldn't come across as mysterious, I don't think. It's just, it's a necessary concept for universal, to like have a full picture of the universe, you have to include an ether concept somewhere. Because the universe
meaning like a substrate, meaning something that is interconnected with these independent, entangled, or instantaneously affected states.
You can think of the ether as the substrate for entanglement, and that its entanglement is spontaneous, delocalized, and is subject to localization through waveform reduction, which is subject to the measurement limit.
Okay. So, but yeah, and that is, I don't know if that's, you don't necessarily need to axiomatically accept that. I think there are ways to go about proving that substrate, or that medium rather, without necessarily...
Well, proving a metaphysical absolute is not fun. Why would you want to try to prove a metaphysical absolute? Why wouldn't you just pick the metaphysical system that optimizes your proofs? Like it take,
I suppose
how many years
just because
would it
I'm
take?
curious. I suppose at the end of the day, it's purely like self-serving entertainment. At the end of the day, it's like, I want to feel superior or something by understanding this. But that would be probably the closest thing to why. I mean, I want to have an efficient metaphysical system that I could explain to a 5-year-old. The idea is to make these ideas so clear that I can basically talk to anybody, be they homeless or a grad student or whatever.
Why would you want to immediately start talking to people about metaphysics? See, right there, that's a bad sign. You should,
because a lot of our problems, in my eyes, are created, they are symptoms. A lot of the problems that people address are symptoms that are purely downstream from spiritual problems. And by getting people
metaphysics is niche. Metaphysics is something that almost nobody gives a shit about.
And why do you think depression and suicide and all these things are skyrocketing?
Even when society was like apex and couldn't be better, it was niche.
When was
All I'm
that?
saying.
When was that?
Well,
When
there
was
have
society?
been times historically where the level of spiritual knowledge is much higher. Even then, even in the best of times, it's
Sure, but
niche.
I
My
would
point is that it
argue.
was never not niche to talk about philosophy, metaphysics, and to some extent mathematics for long tracks of time to try to ascertain the like fundamental nature of reality vis-a-vis like what the Greeks, are purported to have done. That's a minority of people at any given time.
Well, to a
And to
degree,
think that the random person is going to be enriched by learning about some abstract metaphysical principle is to misunderstand the nature of the discipline itself. It's like, no, it's never been that way. Now you're saying maybe it's going to change from the way it's always been to something new. It's like, that seems to be violating the least energy
well, there are
Sorry, minimum
already
action, whatever the hell it is. Stationary action principle. I can't remember anymore. Sorry, go ahead.
postmodern physics is itself kind of a modernized metaphysics. It's a base world model that most people are generally familiar with, not to the degree that you are, of course, but I mean, most people have a general understanding of what things like atoms and photons are and are convinced that these things are real. And so maybe they're not like adept in metaphysics, but I think the base world model that people are seeing the world through affects so many things downstream that if we want to take care of things, for instance, like climate change, whatever your pet issue is, it has to be addressed at the root, which I think is spiritual and not material. Is not something that can be addressed symptomatically like a band-aid, but holistically. You have to address the prime mover, which is people's soul, which is their spirit and the reason that they do things. And if the reason is material and not
But is the reason people
whatever,
do things their soul?
yes.
Not really. No, mostly people do things because of obstructions to their soul.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair, but the soul is still primary, right?
Depends what you want to define as soul. Like, because I've decided to present my system as physics, I don't define a soul because I feel that's a bit disrespectful to religious people. So there's consciousness, there's what you could call a light body or light crystal, chakras thing, which is the swirly light field through the spine. That doesn't, somebody could look at that and identify it as a quote soul, but I don't want to take that step. Because to me, a soul is something defined vis-a-vis theology, not physics. And I don't really want to get into theology any more than I have to. This is too controversial, emotionally charged type view. There's a difference
Well, again,
between... Sorry, go ahead.
The problem comes to the demarcation problem. The problem comes again to it's always the same thing.
Yeah, so there's a demarcation problem. So why is that a problem? Because Advaita, right? There are no demarcations.
Right.
So which means that all demarcations are synthetic.
Which means that the answer can only be unified. It can only be metaphysical.
Synthetic. And then you have the bootstrapping problem of how to get, did you call it a transcendent metaphysics or what did you call it?
That works. A base model, a metaphysical base model, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to use bootstrapping because that's actually a term that has precedence in physics and it is pretty clear what it means. So bootstrapping transcendent metaphysics, and then you have a necessity for praying to God, the universe, for revelation. Oh, proof. Bitches, that's how it works. Okay. Yep. I just love solving all these problems, At some point you get so tired of the conflict. How much conflict does there need to be, really? Apparently a lot. Conflict and friction, that's what makes the world go round. So that's why I got to start making videos where I'm just basically saying nothing. I just sit in there and be like, oh, well, today I ate a banana. And I was like,
Yes.
oh my God, it's yellow.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna try that actually. That is a good idea. I think you've either stumbled or intentionally been guided towards. I mean, this could be revolutionary. What you're talking about. We should come up with a better name for it. It's
Wait,
the less
stumble?
is more principle. Well,
Yeah, Occam's
whatever
razor,
led
aka
you.
this. There's already two. It's already defined in philosophy as Occam's razor, and in physics, it's the stationary action principle or least action principle. Apparently, even though it was taught to me as the least action principle, apparently stationary action principle is actually more. Whenever common. It's one of those things where it's hard for it to make predictions because it seems tautological, and it is tautological. So the ability to make predictions with tautological assertions is more hinging on art than standard what people standard understand as science. Not that it's not science, it obviously is, but I guess it's harder than regular science. I don't know if that clears it up, but to say the word stumbles, I mean, don't you think that's a bit weird that you would use a word like that?
Yeah, that may be poor choice of words. I mean, whatever has led you towards this discovery. And I say stumble because from my perspective, that is how I tend to come about things, is I stumble across them and then have to do like a double take and go like, wait, that was actually really important. That relates to what I'm learning about now. And so that's my own worldview. But the last question that I have, again, is going back to the becoming a conduit, becoming a measurement device. Do
You
you
already are a
mean
measurement device. Everything in the universe is one. Everything's a waveform, and waveforms is a measurement device. Okay, so we've always been that which is. But go ahead.
how do I utilize that?
You just have to understand what it means to be a measurement device, and then be the best gosh darn measurement device you can ever be.
I like this intuitive way of going about things. It's always served me, but it's also, it's a gamble. Sometimes you don't always know if the voices are telling you good things. So it's like, I don't, or would you recommend any specific meditations is kind of the question
Not
I'm
if you're
asking.
hearing voices that you can't trust, whether they're telling you benevolent things or not. Meditation would be the last thing because it increases the dosha associated with the lowering of sanity, right? If you want to balance your dosha, you don't want to meditate. Like meditating is not some supreme good that everybody should be trying to do it as much as possible. That's not the way to look at meditation. It's a thing that when you're ready and it's good. But if you try to do it before that point, it's really just an exercise in realizing that there's no point in even doing this because you're just not ready.
Well, exactly. I haven't ever actually meditated, so I don't know any about this. But like, people keep recommending these types of.
Well, people who recommend
practices.
meditation, you should never listen to them because they're just wishful thinking. It's like
Fair.
people who think that talking to randoms about metaphysics is going to change the world. It's like in the history of all of history that nobody's ever been a very tiny minority given a flying fuck about metaphysics. The people
Well,
who
you don't
cared
talk
about
to
it cared
the
a lot.
average person, but the average person is downstream from all these authority figures. Like you convince people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who himself is not that bright, but is brighter than the average bear, and therefore passes all this down in a way that, I mean, the system that we're presented with right now is reductionist and meant to like reduce passions and make us like almost computer like. And I think we could have models that do the exact opposite. And you don't have to talk, the average person doesn't have to have in-depth knowledge of whatever, but they are downstream from all these base world models that could be viewed differently and used for good instead of evil. It seems like quantum physics a lot of the times is used to obscure knowledge and keep people from understanding rather than understanding fully and efficiently.
Does it feel like I'm doing that?
Not necessarily. I mean like Neil deGrasse Tyson. If you watch one of those videos, a lot of the time it is obfuscatory. It is meant to make these concepts seem so big that you couldn't possibly wrap your mind around them. And that's a way of gaining, I shouldn't use the word anymore. I'm trying to come up with a better, more objective metric, but credibility. That's what gives you credibility.
Putting someone down gives you credibility?
In certain ways.
Well, does that seem right?
It seems true. It doesn't seem right or wrong. It seems true. I mean,
putting someone down isn't what gives you credibility. Knowing stuff is what gives you credibility. And I don't like putting people down at all, even though sometimes I have to do it, so I get it over with as quickly as possible.
And I appreciate that.
Well, I don't like to have conflict. I don't like resentment. It's just like, just smooth it all out and everybody can be friends. And hey, I was thinking that you could restream this on your channel or just re-upload this because I took off Week in Review. So you could just literally use this because it's got you on it. And like you said, you wanted to make the audience big. So I've got them all displayed. Nobody's commenting anymore. Somebody said trickle down metaphysics. Well, it's, you got to look at it on multiple layers. We have a couple of things that operate simultaneously. We have the fact that the people with the most reach are saying as little. They're not saying much because people want to watch something that's not going to cause them any cognitive dissonance. So basically, people will want to watch something that's just basically their own opinions recited back to them.
Which is weird to me. I've always been, maybe this is like
if that weren't true, you wouldn't be special, right? So it's it's bittersweet. It just really couldn't be any other way at the end of the day. There is truth to this trickle down metaphysics because there's two things operating. There's influence and fame. And like you were sort of saying with who is forming the ideas in physics, right? Or not just physics, but who's forming the ideas in general. Then there's everything downstream from that. There's truth to that.
Do you think it's possible or likely that large corporations around the time of Einstein, like General Motors and General Electric, Westinghouse, RCA, do you think that they may have had an interest in keeping systems like Tesla's down because Tesla was so good at inventing things and having just a core understanding of what the material and electrical worlds behaved like? Do you think that they had an interest in maybe promoting a system that, again, was obfuscatory or in some ways prevented the public from applying the knowledge that they were given about the material world to the circumstances around them?
I have no clue. I'd need more information. I mean, browsing the evidence that is not the narrative that jumps off the page as the least energy solution, no. But it'll lack information to give a conclusive answer, right? So it's like speculation into, random quote conspiracy theories, kind of fruitless largely.
Yeah, I'm going to have to flush out the conspiracy theory a little more, but I've got suspicions.
Whether Tesla, whatever, I haven't looked into this at all, but your ability to carry that narrative forward is going to ultimately bottleneck on your own understanding of physics. So who understands physics more, me or Tesla? And even if it's Tesla, he's dead. And I'm not. So I don't really see the point of speculating on Tesla because I don't see how you could like. Do you really want to ask questions that the answer is not possible to know? Or would you rather know the answer to the questions that it actually is possible to know but are still interesting?
What I know is Tesla proved his credibility, whereas other systems rely on things like peer review and authority. Tesla
There's no
is
such
one
thing
of the
as like
only
an
people to.
arbitrarily high standard of proof, right? Proof is never something is accepted by everybody. There are different
Well,
standards of proof accepted to different extents by different people, right? Like you can't
well,
say
you're
that someone
using
proved
you're
themselves
using
as an authority.
electricity.
He didn't invent electricity in that sense. Like that,
Yeah, he did.
that's absurd.
He invented alternating current. Yeah, all of this technology is solely because of Tesla. Well, okay, you could say Steinmetz and J.J. Thomson and all these side guys, but they were working off of technology that Tesla himself was given in a flash, and
Tesla had a revelation.
Yeah, all of Tesla's, well, most of Tesla's innovations came from flashes of light that instantly he saw the mechanism of the alternating current generator at work. And he also discovered the rotating magnetic field this way, which he claimed was his most important discovery. Yeah, Tesla was had many seeings and near-death experiences. Or I guess maybe just one when he was a kid. Tesla is, when I say prove, I mean to the like highest threshold I guess we could give. Like he demonstrated consistently that he had an understanding of how these things work to the degree that he could manipulate them and understand them to a higher degree than anyone else has ever come close to, barring maybe Eric Dollard or some people we're not familiar with.
So where's their quantum periodic table?
Well, right. This is why I stalled when you asked me who knows more about physics. I think you know more about physics, obviously, but Tesla knows something that nobody else does.
Which is?
Well, I don't know. I would have to ask him. I don't exactly know how he sees the ether, and because we live in a capitalist country, all of Tesla's research was either taken by John Trump at the end of his life in those trunks or hidden away, because that's the only way that you can make money is off of these patents, not giving the information away for free, which is why we don't have extensive writings from Tesla about the ether, even though he very firmly believed in it.
Okay.
Well,
so I guess
I think
you'll have to get the teachings about the ether from me. Who's going to be cagey as fuck about it and love every second of it? Tesla's not here, and it looks like there's no way to go through Tesla and asking me about Tesla. I mean, how could I know? I mean, how psychic would I have to be to know that about Tesla? I'd literally have to go into the astral plane and ask Tesla himself. What if he's been reincarnated and he doesn't even know who he is anymore? There's just so many unknowns. This is why I don't like going into the past life stuff, because it's like, why are we even into these questions? We should be living in the present. That's what's important, not dwelling on the past and mistakes and what, unless the same mistake is being sort of committed again, that you have a note of remembering having already done in the past. Be like, wait, let's not do this one again. We already know where it goes from our expert forefathers telling it us in stories. So we're safe.
Well, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate getting to talk with you and Doovid.
It's just different. It's just different from regular physics,
chat.
Right? It's just totally different from regular physics. So like, it's unrecognizable. But I guess we can just call it like divine physics. What do you think?
Well, look, Quantum physics is the idea that you can quantify the world, that you can count things like light or electricity. So to call Tesla's understanding physics it's like it's non-physics. It's the
That's physics.
behavior of
Because
the
non-physics
non-physical.
is theology. Okay, physics is secular. Like how many
Yes.
things are there? You know, like how many disciplines?
Just
are
one. There is one thing, and let that be a lesson to the audience. There is always only one thing.
Okay, everybody.
Thank
look
you
at
for
the
watching the
reincarnation of
Crowdcast.
Tesla. Look how cute he is. Isn't this great? Just do a facial comparison on the next stream to make sure
No, please.
it's the same entity.
I get too many of those.
Too many
Well,
facial
look.
comparisons. Like this is the best looking guy ever.
You have no idea. People think I look like Himmler. People think I look like.
You look like my friend who's a male model who played a Ken doll in a mall slightly. Okay, but you're more conventionally sort of like jock looking than he is.
I'll take it.
Yeah, there you go. So hope that didn't make you feel too objectified. I wish we could keep going for hours, but I guess 4 hours is long enough for a stream. And there don't appear to be any more questions in the chat, so I guess we'll wrap up. And everybody can have some time to think what they want to ask next time.
The commenters.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm just getting warmed up. Like, I've been waiting for this for... Like, there was this... What is it? Coach in high school. It's like, oh, you seem like a good runner. I could coach you how to be a really good, like, kilometer runner. Or, like, 4,000 meters or whatever. 1,000, 4,000 meters, like track and field. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, I gotta save my energy for the debates I'm gonna do. Run and like, don't want to tire myself out. So I'll just hang back, just do the 100 meters. Like, no chance of actually tiring myself out there.
Well, it's been real. I gotta start going to bed. Thank you again for having me. Thank you everyone for watching.
Are you going to re-upload this on your channel? Because that would be totally cool. You could help me promote linking, and then you could link my latest article in the thing for metaphysics, so people can be happy again.
How do I do that? I literally have no idea how to accomplish this. How do I re-upload? Do I download from your channel in like an MP3 converter?
OBS or do you have OBS?
I do.
You can screen share. Well, you can like play it and stream live. Just the segment where it's this, if you want to, or any part that you're on the show. I don't mind.
Well, thank you. I need the content desperately this week.
Well, you said you're feeling bad about not doing a show, and it's like, you know what? Just use all that's here, you know. You can even break it into like a 3-part series, because yours are usually the same length. Maybe that's part of the appeal of your channel. It's like they're all short videos that I end up watching all of them, even though I'm just like, I have no idea what he's saying.
That's the theme. That is
that time-lapse sunset thing.
That recent one was like 2 hours. It was a long time.
Seemed long. I was like, wow, that's a lot of patience. Anyway, I know you want to go to bed, so thanks for joining, and we'll see you soon. Look like Luke Ford when he was 19, bro. Cold. And totally not. Like, come on. Luke Ford looks like the standard, you know, skull cracker, like, did you see me intercept that pass there, mate? And just saying like the most crass, horrific shit. I could never say it, mate. So I don't see that. I don't see Luke Ford in him. That's good to know. Bub Elvis. Firefox has a plugin. Yeah, Axiom Salesman. That doesn't sound good, does it? That sounds like something you meet on a very, very creepy corner. Like Saul Goodman show where the watch and the fake heart attack fat guy. It doesn't sound appealing at all. But what does sound appealing to me is treating Discord like some sort of like sleepover. I don't want to say hut, but fort. Yes, fort. That's the one. So that's going to probably be what I do next, because I am basically already living that lifestyle. Very easy for me to adapt to it. Thanks everyone for all your support and listening in, and hopefully, you know, we can keep doing these cool like random streams too. And yeah, there's some stuff with Luke Forts I never watched because I feel like I owe it to him if he wants to turn the page in his life, and I believe him that he does. With his conversion, you know, to religion and, you know, attempts to like clean up Zach and everything, just owe it to him not looking at what he did in the past. It's just like a fresh start type thing. So, Dark Alley full of Axiom salesmen. I know, doesn't that just sound like hell? Or the best thing ever. I mean, it just depends on the lighting, right?
We did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner
She's trying to
herself
create
cult
community
prestige by
and
associating
community.
herself with a retard